gnarly, bro. Let's get gnarly, bro.
Hey, listen.
What up, guys? We back. It's been too long. It actually hasn't been that long. Let's beat A Link to the Past. Who's ready to beat A Link to the Past? Who's ready? This was the fourth Link to the Past stream, and I think probably the last for now. Although I have loved this so much, I kind of want to try doing a randomizer. This has been awesome. I love A Link to the Past.
Hey, listen.
Hey, yo, Jay-Z. Jay-Z coming in hot with the eat ass. I love to see it. Hope you're having a great weekend, Jay-Z. We're drinking some Hawk juice tonight. We're drinking some Seahawks themed Bud Light. We're big fans of the Seattle Seahawks.
Hey, listen.
Boogie boogie. Oh, go Eagles. The Eagles need all the luck they can get right now. They are not playing too hot. Who are they playing this week? They're missing Jalen Carter. It's been a bad season for Jalen Carter. It's been a bad season for Jalen Hurts. Oh, you're gonna be, yeah. Eagles are definitely gonna beat the Raiders. The Raiders are like Seahawks Junior. They've got, you know, the former Seahawks coach, former Seahawks quarterback, Jamal Adams, Stone Forsythe. Oh, if they lose to the Raiders, the season's over. Well, I think you're gonna beat the Raiders. The question is, how deep could you go in the playoffs? I don't think it's the Eagles' year. I think it's the Seahawks' year. That's why we're drinking some Hawk juice, baby. We're drinking some Hawk juice. We still got to beat the Rams. The Hawks still got to beat the Rams. Cheers. Well, I hope everyone's football team wins tomorrow. You know who I'm rooting for. Cheers. I think this is gonna be the last stream in this playthrough. There was a Seahawks DS? Are you kidding me? That's fucking awesome. I had no idea. I know the Seattle Mariners had like Nintendo DS integration. You could order food on your DS at a Seattle Mariners game, but I did not know the Seahawks had a Nintendo DS. Obviously I'm not as big a fan as I thought I was. Dude, Hawk juice tastes so good. This is great Hawk juice.
Hey, listen.
So, this is probably the last stream in this playthrough, but it is not the last time we play A Link to the Past. I've been enjoying this so much. I actually downloaded a randomizer of A Link to the Past. So this is not the last time we see Cubedude stream this game. But let's try to knock this out tonight, at least this playthrough. I should figure that out. Crowd control out. I know you can do crowd control on the FX Pack Pro. Maybe we could do a combination of crowd control and randomizer. We should try that. Jay-Z, if you could, if you're at all interested
This might be a real stroker.
This might be a real stroker. What's up, Sai? What's up, King Jack? If you want to investigate how to use crowd control with the FX Pack Pro, that could be a lot of fun. I think this is going to be the last stream in this Link to the Past playthrough. This has been so much fun. This might be the best game ever made. It paved the way for all the other Zelda games that came after it. But goddamn, I'm really enjoying this. This is the fourth A Link to the Past stream. I think this is the day that JizzXL banishes Ganon to the Sacred Realm, saves Hyrule. Look at I'm wearing a blue shirt to match our blue tunic. We also have a yellow sword to match the yellow beanie. This would be a great stream for audience members to use the end game redeem. This is a redeem that is kind of slept on.
We're in the end game now.
We're in the end game now. You've done it for super. Okay, let me just read this real quick. You just gotta plug the micro USB into the top and choose option instead of the emulator. Oh, really? So wait, is there a crowd control app? I've literally never really experimented with crowd control. So there's like a crowd control app. We should do that. You've done it with Mario World and Super Ghosts and Goblins. What's up, Indie Dad? Thank you for the 9/11, Sai. I'm torn between Link to the Past and Wind Waker. I love the vibe of Wind Waker. Wind Waker has such a good sense of adventure.
Serenity now!
A Wookiee Boogie. Yeah, it's an app. Most people use it. Okay, this is good to know. Okay, I didn't realize that's how it worked, that it's like its own application. God, the only thing that prevents Wind Waker from being perfect is I think the final third act of Wind Waker loses some momentum. The first 2/3 of Wind Waker are perfection, but then that like the final section leading up to Ganon's castle is like, I think it was a little rushed. We have to give it to the collective of Link to the Past and Link Between Worlds. That's an opinion. That's a valid opinion that a lot of hardcore Zelda fans seem to echo, is that Link Between Worlds is just as good as Link to the Past, if not better. Because the Wind Waker the Wind Waker DS games. So Wind Waker and Link to the Past are like two of the only Zelda games to have direct sequels. I guess Ocarina and Majora is kind of a sequel to Ocarina. But yeah, the DS, I heard the train one, like Phantom Hourglass, I hear people is good. It's the same as the FX Pack Pro. Yeah, I'd heard that. We don't talk about the DS game. What's up, Bagel Crust? Yeah, what's up, guys? Good to see you. It's kind of we had some nice weather today, but we've got a lot of rain coming up. I hope everyone's having a cozy holiday. I love this time of year. Even though I celebrate Hanukkah, I love Christmas jazz music. I'm a huge fan of Christmas jazz, so I've been bumping a lot of Christmas jazz. But what's up, Bagel? They just had to change the original name because some legal issues with the name. Oh, really? I was curious about that. When I boot to the menu of the FX Pack Pro, it says the SD2 SNES. So for those who don't know, I just got an RGB modded SNES Junior going into the RetroTINK. We're streaming at 1440p. Highly recommend you get the 1440p experience. Cubedude hits a little different, 1440p. We're in a big Super Nintendo phase, where kind of all I want to do is stream Super Nintendo, but we should get back to Saturn. I'm working on some new overlays for some unannounced games. So new stuff on the horizon, but I've been neglecting all of my older overlays. We got to finish Devil May Cry. Got to finish going on. Oh yeah, please feel free to DM me, Sai. What I was remember seeing people running through the page for, yeah. Just missing the CRT. So my CRT is going, I'm getting my CRT back on Monday.
Hey, listen.
For those who don't know, there's two Trinitrons here, my PVM and an RGB modded Trinitron, but my big RGB modded Trinitron is getting modded with this thing called the G1 mod that goes on the neck board. And also I think he's gonna do some general maintenance to it. It's this guy in Seattle who's pretty much a CRT guru. He used to work for like the local news station repairing their CRTs, and now he RGB mods CRTs for gamers. People like travel from like Portland to have him mod their CRTs. So I am missing the big CRT back here. I can't wait to get it back. And I also got a new converter. You can't really see it, but there were certain DVDs that I could not convert from component to RGB, but now it's working perfectly. I can convert anything to anything pretty much, so. And God, there's some other cool thing. I've got 8 or 9 series. Oh, really? Woogie Boogie, what, tell me, are they Trinitrons? I love Trinis, love Trinis. I'm stoked about this G1 thing though. I've been looking at some before and after photos of the G1 mod, and it's just like such an improvement. Plus there's some other like tiny quality of life stuff he's gonna change. Like the convergence was maybe a little off, but oh yeah, I've been working on some new projects. I'm gonna share some new Instagram projects this coming week. I've been working on some music and some animation. So make sure you're following me. If you're a fan of my creativity on here, make sure you follow me on Instagram. It's mainly just my creative projects, but it's not related to the Cubedude project, but I am going to share some new stuff this week. Give me a follow if that's your thing. 6 Trinitrons 2024. Holy shit. That's been RGB modded. Nice. What's up, Midna? Midna, what's going on? We love Midna. That's stoked. So how many inches is your RGB modded Trinitron? Yeah, I have a 27-inch RGB modded Trinitron from 1996. It's the kind with the curved front. I really think the curved CRTs are the best. Speaking of peak Discord, when you can, would you love to say what do you mean peak Discord? Sai's been making some cool music. I assume you're talking about your music. Sai's been making some awesome like guitar, prog, art rocky music. I've been hearing bits and pieces. I'm stoked to hear more. Nice. What year is your 27-inch RGB modded? What's going on, Midna, by the way? We love Midna. So yeah, be on the lookout. More Cubedude or more Instagram vertical animation music content is going to be shared this week. And we're going to keep streaming too. Physical and CD, let's fucking go. Yeah, that's awesome. You have so many Trinitrons, dude. Sony really did make the best CRTs. The guy who's repairing my CRT right now, he will only work on Sony products now. He's no longer doing it professionally, but if you have a Sony, he'll mod your Sony. He doesn't really want to work with non-Sony equipment, but he has the holy grail of Trinitrons in his garage. He had a whole wall of like nearly a dozen 14-inch PVMs. And he's serviced all of them and recapped them, and then he had a bunch of rare Trinitrons too. I kind of want to try to buy more of his shit. I will see if he lets me. His name on if you want to follow the guy who's modding my Trinitron, his name is RetroTINK. I don't know the number on my Trini off the top of my head. Yours is probably newer. Your 20s, yeah, yours is probably 3 years newer. Yeah, mine's 96. We're just talking about CRTs. You might notice I usually have a big CRT behind me and it's missing right now. So I'm getting it repaired. The guy on Twitch, his name is RetroPerception, and there might be like an underscore, but he posts some really cool CRT stuff. Okay, guys, let's start this game.
Hey, listen.
Let's do this real quickie. So this will be the final stream of the playthrough if everything goes according to plan. I fucking love that our sword matches our hat. I am wearing a blue shirt to match Link's blue tunic. So we got to get back to Dungeon 7. It's way up there in the corner. I'm thinking the easiest way to go about this is going to be to go to the light world. Let's go to the light world and warp over there. So with the Link to the Past randomizer, you can change the character sprite and you can play as Goemon. When we do Link to the Past randomizer, I might have to play as Goemon. Okay, let's get our mirror out. Let's warp. Whoa! When you warp right into an enemy. Mo2 has to eat you, buddy! How you doing, dude? Picking up where we left off, guys. Let's get our ocarina. Mo2 has been instrumental in helping me through this experience. This man knows his Link to the Past. Yo, Boogie Boogie, thank you for the sub. I don't know why my there we go. Thank you so much, and what's up, Vito? By the way, good to see you, Vito. Woogie Boogie, you now have ad-free viewing and access to the Eat Ass emote. Enjoy the Eat Ass emote. Vito, what's going on? I think this is gonna be, oh, you haven't replayed this in a couple years. This is my first playthrough in about 10 years. And it's, goddamn, this game is so good. I forgot to run auto gain on the RetroTINK. There we go. I don't know. Thank you, thank you. I made that emote and it's one of my finest creations, if I do say so myself. I hope you enjoy it. Use it in good health. It has been taken down numerous times, but it's actually been... We haven't had it taken down in a minute. Probably not since like May or June. I'd have to double check. It's been resisting, I know. Iron Spider, what's going on, man? Iron Spider, what did you think of Prime 4? What did everyone think of Prime 4? Okay, we gotta get back to Turtle Rock, which is like, it's a maze. I'm curious what Sai is gonna say. Dude, I'm hearing some pretty mediocre things about it. Back in your hometown visiting my mom, so it's busy here. Are you visiting for the holidays? Ooh, curry is so good, dude. Curry fucks so hard. My brother loves curry too. Wait, this was not the path. This was not the path. Taking your time with it. I think expectations were sky high for Prime 4. They took, you know, they announced it like nearly 10 years ago. No way it could live up to the hype. It turned into Halo. Oh no. Not a fan. I'm hearing it's one of the nicest looking Switch 2 games. I think I'm gonna wait for it to go on sale if it ever does. I've barely touched the Switch 2. You haven't played Prime 4 yet? It's great on Switch 1. Oh, cool. I mean, it technically was a Switch 1 game that just got an update for Switch 2. Something tells me I am doing this wrong. You know, there have been first-party Nintendo Switch sales lately for the holidays. It's pretty much a port to Switch 2. I'm curious what it could have looked like if it was designed natively for Switch 2. You know, there are some good first-party Switch sales. You know, I kind of regret getting my Switch 1. I just had major FOMO. I got major FOMO. I've heard the 120 frames per second is the way to do it. It's on Switch 1 and Switch 2. Nintendo games do on sale, but you gotta check the eShop regularly, yeah. Well, for Black Friday, I saw a lot of first-party Switch games going on sale. Nothing like brand new, but like, I don't know, like Kirby's... What was the first Kirby Switch game from like, I don't know, 2018 or 2019? Like that went on sale. Not the games you're like dying to go out and get, but they are technically first party games. What's up, Crimson? So this is just a quality of life hack. We are playing on an FX Pack Pro plugged into my RGB modded SNES Junior. And this is a quality of life hack that the interface looks a little different. Link's hair is not pink. You can turn directions when you use the Pegasus boots. Yeah, RetroTINK 4K, baby. It's all framed. Interesting. Interesting. Digital Foundry, who, like, you know, I trust them a lot. Most of what they're talking about goes like above my head, but they were saying they really liked it at 120 frames per second. They also really liked the HDR. Did you guys see that Switch 2 got an HDR update? It's all of it. This stuff is kind of above my head. Was it Forgotten Land? Forgotten Land was awesome. It was the one before Forgotten Land. Really, they were saying it's like the first Switch 2 game that had good HDR implementation. At least when you're playing it on the big screen. Like the handheld can't really do real HDR. I wish I had the expertise and knowledge to really have my own opinions on the super technical parts of gaming, but for the most part, I kind of tend to agree with most of what they're saying. But I'm curious. Retro Sai has worked in the game industry, and Sai knows his shit, so I do value Sai's opinion as well. Yeah, it's fake FPS. Well, it makes the frame number look good so people can say it runs at 1 billion frames per second, but a lot of fake frames can actually cause input lag, so now they're trying to make something up for interesting. I don't have an HDR capable TV here, so I haven't any HDR games. I don't know if I've had a great HDR experience in gaming. I did Horizon Zero Dawn in HDR. And I did that on the PS4 Pro, and like they went overboard with the HDR. The night scenes in Horizon Zero Dawn were way too dark. Like, maybe I just didn't set up HDR properly or something, but I'm trying to think if I've had if I've had a great HDR console experience. I'm hoping Nintendo gives me one eventually. Basically, they talk out their ass and point out numbers and think they have no concept that are actually happening. It's just what they think is happening. I mean, interesting. I always thought they knew their shit, but I don't know. I think Sai knows his shit too, though. I have heard about the generative frame thing, though. Or you could just not use it. Yeah, I mean, that's an option too. I want to see how Nintendo would use HDR in a Zelda game, dude. Imagine a Zelda dungeon with HDR, where you would like have to have HDR enabled to see the password in a dungeon. Kind of like, you remember the color dungeon in Link's Awakening DX? If you didn't have a Game Boy Color, you just couldn't do the color dungeon. But what if they did something like that with HDR, you know? Had technical mastery at a low level, like when that was a norm. Nintendo's still figuring out HDR. I don't even know how to totally set up HDR properly. My 4K TV is from 2017. It's not great. I loved it for the price point. It was pretty good for the price point. Was this the one I want? I'd have no, but when they start trying to analyze engines, technical information, other things, they lose the plot. That's interesting. Well, Sai is a game dev, so you speak with some authority on this topic. I don't think any of those Digital Foundry dudes have like made a game. I get where you're going with the concept, but I don't like it. I'm curious. I want to see them do something creative and interesting with HDR. I'm just a dude. Well, you're a dude who's worked on games, which is probably more than Digital Foundry could say. I'm trying to stroke your ego here, man. Let me stroke your ego. Most modern ATVs should auto detect. Yeah, so my 4K does go into HDR. I don't know if you have to calibrate it. On the Switch 2, you do have to calibrate the HDR. Whoa, man. This is crazy shit. I would probably cheese it by upping the gamma on their non-HDRs. Really? The thing about Prime 4 was designed for the Switch 1. Oh shit, Jay-Z, you're a genius. You're a fucking genius. We would have been in there like an hour, bro. This is training for my randomizer run, guys. When the sword matches the tunic. Yellow hat, yellow beanie, yellow sword. Turtle Rock is in the house tonight. I should have worn my turtleneck for Turtle Rock. Whee! I think my favorite Digital Foundry videos are the retro, DF retro, where they talk about stuff that like older games were doing. Turtle, I'll allow it. It's gonna be a real stroker. Once the sword matches the tunic, is that like if there's That's funny. This might be a real stroker. Thank you, thank you. This is gonna be a real stroker. Okay, we need... You never disappoint with the stroking. We got a lot of strokers in the house tonight. This is a cool dungeon, man. This is a cool dungeon. I'm using all these weapons. Oh, motherfucker, I didn't realize that door was gonna shut. I was gonna start going off about Twilight Princess. Does the carpet match the... What? Come on. Let's ride, baby. It's Cube Country, let's ride. What's up? I wanted to like go on like a brilliant rant about Twilight Princess and the way it gave you all these items but never made you use them again. What's up, Crunchy? Party strokers in the house tonight. Mother. Okay, let's do this a little differently. Glad to hear you're doing well. I gotta show you guys what I'm drinking here in a second. You're gonna love it. You're gonna love it. Hadley ho! It seems like Simpsons in Fortnite was a pretty big success. I'm seeing clips of Simpsons Fortnite everywhere. I think I was going the wrong direction here. Because that one candle in the upper right keeps coming unlit. No! Okay, I guess we're using it. Jeebus. We're gonna have to refill that. Oh, okay, we're gonna be here a minute, guys. I'm drinking Hawk juice. This is Seahawks branded Bud Light. I'm drinking Hawk juice. There was a massive fire downtown from where I live. You could smell the smoke from a couple miles away. It smelled like it was right across. Oh, damn, dude. Smoke is not a good smell. We've had forest fire smoke in Seattle every summer for the last like 5 or 6 years. It sucks. It's really overwhelming. That's $38 worth of beer in an NFL game. I know their condiments and food are so overpriced. Let's go, let's go, let's go. No! Bro. What's caused the fire? Now I'm falling off. Hold on, I need more Hawk juice, dude. The one in the upper right, there's only like a very small window. Yeah, I know. Okay. This Hawk juice? Yeah, it's Seahawks Bud Light. Should we worry? Seahawk Tua. 24 hours from now, the Seahawks are gonna be... They're gonna be 11-3. I'm good. I'm just stoked for the Seahawks to be 11-3 tomorrow. Let's go, motherfucker. Yeah! First try. Did you see that? I got it on the first try. Some drops of Jupiter. Were you here when I was talking about how my brother knows the drummer from Train? That's the weirdest flex. I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. It's been a minute. What have I been doing since you guys last saw me? Working on new overlays, working on new vertical music and animation projects. Hoping to share a few things this week. I get my Trinitron back on Monday. The guy's gonna post pictures of it too. I should show you his Instagram if you want to follow the dude who's modding my Trinitron's Instagram. It's Retro Perception. I think it's retro_perception. Came out when I was in college. I had the video on. Oh my god. I was never a fan of them. So my brother went to college with the... What did I just get? Like a key? Yeah, I got a key. Dude, I hope we don't watch Philip Rivers die. I hope Philip Rivers doesn't die in Seattle. A Trinitron are some of the best CRTs ever made. Sirloin coming through. What's up, man? Hey, I'm here to chew gum and eat ass, and I'm all out of cum. We got keys and map. Good. Glad someone's paying attention to this playthrough. Where was I going with this? Yeah, no, my brother's wanted this guy he played music with in college, went on to become Train's second drummer. Not to be confused with their first drummer. He apparently has a platinum record on the wall of his home studio. My brother still jams with him sometimes. Need some details on the SNES Junior mod. Just dug mine out of storage today, swapping out the internal card slot to be like, nice. So basically the SNES Junior is a one chip. The one chips are the better versions of the SNES. But the downside of the SNES Junior is that it doesn't natively support RGB. This might be a real stroker. It's gonna be a real stroker tonight, guys. So even though it's the one chip and it has sharper video, it does not have RGB. So it needs, the name of the mod is like, it's just the RGB mod. I forget the name of it. There's been a couple revisions of it. The Voltaire mod. Oh, you have the Voltaire mod? I wanted Voltaire to do mine, but Voltaire I think has like cancer right now. Let me just look this up. Yeah, some of the original SNES also have the one chip. So the SNES Junior was like a cheaper revision of the one chip. It's pretty much the same as the SNES, the normal SNES one chip. It just doesn't support RGB. Wait, SNES Junior RGB mod. Let me just look up what this was called. I got mine off of eBay. It's just the RGB bypass. I think it's called the RGB bypass. But there's another issue with the one chips is that the gain is turned up way too high on one chip Super Nintendos, but the RGB bypass mod should fix the gain. At least the newer RGB bypass mod should fix the gain. Anyways, okay. Yeah, look for the RGB bypass mod. The newest version of it should have everything you need to fix the weird little issues with the one chip. Let me know if you do that, Motu. Philip, yeah, I hope we don't see Philip Rivers die. Dude, if Philip Rivers takes a fucking lick from Leonard Williams tomorrow, he's gonna need the health insurance, man. He's gonna need the health insurance that the NFL is providing. I know. Oh man, you're doing I heard that was good, right? What's up, Photon? Thank you so much, man. I have lost a lot of hair during COVID. I had COVID in November and I lost a lot of hair. I've started taking some pills that apparently, they're like gummy chewable pills. They're really tasty, dude. Like I look forward to taking these like hair regrowth chewables. They're so tasty. They're so fucking tasty. Cockbig19, what's going on? Ghost, CJ, Crunchy. Yeah, I had COVID in November. I was sick for like a month. It sucked. We're gonna finish it this stream. What's up, CJ? It's crazy that they're still making Avatar. I didn't even bother seeing the second one. The blue people, yeah. I think that people liked the Avatar game. It was decently received. But what's going on, Photon? Great to see you, buddy. With their 28 kids, it's crazy that we're playing. He's a grandpa. The quarterback we're playing tomorrow, he's a fucking grandpa. I don't want to see him die on stream in Lumen Field. We're good. This time tomorrow, we're gonna be 11-3. I'm drinking some Hawk juice. It's some Seahawks themed Bud Light. Not the Nickelodeon one. Yeah, fuck COVID, man. I dodged COVID for like 5 years. Then I finally got it. I remember losing a shitload of after I had a long. Oh no, that sucks. I'm already preemptively celebrating the Seahawks win tomorrow. It's my fault if he dies. I jinxed him. My back hurts getting out of bed in the morning. In the grand scheme of things, like he's like 44 or 45, which isn't like that old. You still have a lot of life left in you at 44 or 45, but it's old for a football player. Teach him who's boss, baby. Oh, here we go. It is crazy though. When one of our rookie players was born the same month that Phillip Rivers was drafted by the NFL. We're playing the Colts, and the Colts quarterback is out for the season. And so they're replacing him with a 44, 45-year-old veteran who hasn't played a game in 5 years. Third-party person, that's cool. Yeah, I'm gonna be 40 in like 2 months. I'm gonna be 40. I can't believe it. But I'm also not taking snaps at quarterback. Honestly, the Colts should have considered Cubedude at quarterback, dude. We're grandpa age. Goodness gracious, great balls. Jerry leaving. Yes. I had a phase as a kid where I listened to that song like over and over. Sirloin, can't you play that song on piano? I vaguely remember you playing Great Balls of Fire on piano like 20 years ago. I did not see myself beating the game in first person. Yeah, Cube's almost 40. What's going on, Ghost, though? They've lost 2 or 3 quarterbacks. Their backup quarterback is out, too. Daniel, I wish we were actually playing Daniel Jones. It would have been a much better game. But now we'll have a better chance. Then we have to turn around and play the Rams on Thursday. But I think we're going to be able to rest a lot of our starting players tomorrow. I think we're going to fucking annihilate them. And then we'll be like in good shape for playing the Rams on Thursday. And then I hope the Lions fuck up the Rams tomorrow. I hope the Lions soften up the Rams for us. Someone helps us if Rivers lose, but I'm also secretly always rooting for the underdog. Yeah, it's cool to see the underdog. Dude, the Texans are hot. The Texans are the best defense in football other than the Seahawks. We beat the Texans though. But the Texans they're warming up right now. They're getting good. Yeah, isn't that crazy? Yeah, once you hit 50, the Grim Reaper starts a knocking. He's got his own leather helmet. Fuck, man, I'm turning 40 in 20. I hate it. Yeah, you and me both turning 40 in 2026. What are we gonna do for our 40th birthday, Sirloin? What's our midlife crisis gonna look like? You know when Danny says I'm getting too old for this ish, he was 40. What is that a reference to? I feel like I should know that. A quarter cube. They replaced their quarterback with a dude who hasn't played in 5. Yeah, their quarterback hasn't played in 5 years. Thank you for the 20 stream streak, Ghost. Thank you so much. Yeah, I guess, see, the thing is, it's once I turn 40, it's not going to be a big deal. Like, I'm dating people in their 40s and they don't seem old. 40s is the new low-hanging fruit era. 40 is the new 30. Yeah, I'm getting pretty far in. Nice, dude. I'm sorry. I was one until Bill O'Brien took over. There's life after the Texans. Texans are looking good right now, though. I've been trying since my teens. I learned the super easy rock piano style of just slamming 2 octave notes super fast. What's up, emo? What we need from everyone is to cheer for the Broncos to take out the fucking Packers. Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that. I don't want to see the Packers in the playoffs. Yo, emo, dude, 20 months of emo?
Chanel just resubscribed for 20 months.
I hate that the Rams have a good color scheme. They have the blue and yellow. That's kind of like Link's color scheme right now. Link's got the blue and yellow. The Rams have no personality.
I'm freaking out!
Like the Rams, they're really good. Matthew Stafford is probably the MVP of quarterback right this season, but they have no personality. They have no attitude. The Hawks have fucking attitude, dude. Devin Witherspoon, man, he's a firecracker. I was Cuban and driving, but now I'm at my destination. I'll be jumping in and out. Dude, I appreciate the 20 streams. Future mod of the channel, Ghost Milk DX, we love you. Buy some. I'm still shocked that the Broncos are doing so well. I know. Not because of your quarterback. I kind of hate your head coach. Oh, that's Lethal Weapon. Oh my god, I should know that strip club so that we can give all the cold worm get the paternal instincts kick in. 40's drinking 40. Yeah. 40 is the new 69. I'm way behind on chat, guys. I wish I finished that. I will play more Metroid Prime 4. I'm gonna have to get Prime 4 eventually. My Switch is lit 2 is literally gathering dust. When I turn 40, I'm becoming a football player. Dude, the Rams are hella good. They have no personality. Sean McVay is kind of a genius. Matthew Stafford's good. Seahawks are better though, and you know what? This week, the whole world's gonna see that. The whole world's gonna see that the fucking Seahawks are better than the Rams, dude. 24 hours from now, the Seahawks are gonna be 11-3. We're gonna be, digging Phillip Rivers' grave. We're gonna bury him in the end zone of Lumen Field. Then we're gonna fucking emasculate Matthew Stafford. We're gonna roll Puka Nacua into a blunt and smoke the Puka Nacua blunt. Yo, man, it's Mike McDonald's world. We're just living in it. We're drinking hot juice tonight, baby. We're drinking the hot. I'm drinking the Kool-Aid. I'm drinking the Seahawks Kool-Aid. Our faces like Renee Zellweger. Matthew Stafford's so good, but yeah, no personality. The Ford Broncos, just mod them right now. Wait, watch me. I want it to be a big ceremony. Like I need to make like an image in Photoshop when I like christen Ghost Milk a mod. Yo, Cube, what's up? Happily Quirky. I'm glad you came for the finale. If I ever stop talking, we will beat this dungeon. I never speak a good word about the Rams. Look, I hate them too. I hate that we have to play them twice a year, sometimes 3 times a year. We're probably gonna play them 3 times this year. After I'm good. It's gonna be a fun game to watch. I have my parlays in mind. Oh yeah, tell me about your parlays. The Bengals are better. They have a cool color scheme. Yeah, I do like the Bengals, like tiger themed uniforms. They're pretty silly though, but I like them. You have a good quarterback. Your backup quarterback is the former Huskies quarterback. The ashes of Russell Wilson's career. I can't wait until he officially retires and we can all start celebrating everything he accomplished. It's just been these last 4 or 5 years of his career have kind of killed everyone's love for him. But I think as soon as he retires, we're gonna start celebrating Russell Wilson again. You need to do NFL team color scheme. Yeah, we should. That'd be cool. That's the sort of thing I'm into. I'm into design and color palettes. I'm torn between We need them to lose. Yeah, we have some, we both have different interests in the Rams-Lions game, Motu. There's a good chance that, Seahawks and Bears go against each other in the playoffs, which would be a very fun matchup. I think we match up pretty well with the Bears. Seattle should have brought back Wilson to play against Rivers. Oh my God. Man, I really need, well, here's the thing. The Lions don't have to win, but they need to soften up the Rams. Just soften them up. You know, get a few, Adrian, or what's his name, Hutchinson needs to fucking get a few licks in on Stafford. The Legion of Boom. What is the Boz? The Boz Lerman. We're drinking Hawk juice tonight, baby. We're drinking the Hawk juice. Brian Bosworth, that was probably before my time. That was probably before my time. I've been exposed as a Pete Carroll, Mike McDonald Seahawks fan. Remember when Steve Largent? I remember Steve Largent. Remember when Bud Light was liberal for some reason? Yeah. The Seahawks weren't good in the 90s. 90s Seattle was all about Sonics and Mariners. Largent is still alive. What's up, Fabio? What's up, Fabio? Okay, we should play. We should play. Mid-90s was, 90s were so good. We had like Frasier, we had Almost Live, we had the Sonics, we had Soundgarden. Yeah, dude, our childhoods were fucking awesome in Seattle in the 90s, and being a tech bro was so different in the time of Microsoft. We also had AIDS. What's going on, Fabio? Okay. Oklahoma Thunder legend. Oh my God, don't say that. Don't say that. That hurts me. Yeah, high five and white guys. We need some Almost Live channel point redeems. That would be cool. This is very much a puzzle. This is very much a puzzle. Candlebox. We had Matchbox 20. Almost Live redeems the worst girlfriend in the world. Rang. Okay. Wait, I need backstating. Yeah, lots of box bands. What's in the box? What's in the box? Okay. Here we go. I think I successfully trapped myself in the lower right corner. Oh yeah, and push the upper left bar. Oh, brilliant. Oh yeah. Oh shit. Oh shit. This is a dungeon. Did I say upper right? I meant what I said, man. Go Hawks. Go Hawks. Can confirm we are in a dungeon. Here's what I'm gonna do. Here's a little trick. I learned that in Vietnam. I learned that in Yeah, see, now we're shooting beams out of our shit. Reverse upside down. I think I know a streamer who would probably play this upside down. Could be a sex dungeon. The Sex Cauldron? They shut that place down. If you know, you know. Remember the Sex Cauldron? I hope you're here for the obscure Simpsons joke reference. Oh man, the tube technology. Tube technology is really impressive in this game. Shoutouts to Matt Groening. He went to my college. Clancy Wiggums loved the sex cauldron. SEX in front of the CHILDRN. Sex cauldron? I thought they shut that place down. Oh, orange dudes have keys. Okay. Oh, and magic, dude. I should have caught that fairy. Ugh. All right, we're in the end game now, guys. Oh, upside down. Oh, upside down Matt. That's a good call.
Away, toys.
Take him away. Yeah, great. See, I put the end game redeem on the channel, but there's never been a greater. Thank you, Sora. I want to see that like twice an hour. You see that? You see the way I ran to the end there? Well, we have successfully exited the dungeon. This one's a dilly of a pickle. I don't have the juice. That was pretty baller. I downloaded a Link to the Past randomizer. I know, I need that big old key, man. There was a couple other pathways I skipped.
You're freaking me out!
He also went to my college. Michael Richards, proud alumni of the Evergreen State College. Almost Live had a great sketch about my college. What was it? They're like, Evergreen, because even burnouts need an education. And one of the guys is majoring in Grateful Dead studies or something. It's pretty spot on. Benedict Cumberbatch. I am excited to do just that, Crunchy. We're gonna play this over and over again. You can also play as Goemon. You can choose what you want your character sprite to be. So we could play as Goemon, which would be very, very on brand. Oh, and Homer. There's a really cool Link to the Past ROM hack that has references to like everything under the sun, including Simpsons. It's like a Conquer. It's a Conquer Link to the Past ROM hack. I think we might play that. There's like Mario references, Simpsons references. I'm off the top of my head, I'm forgetting a couple, but okay, we're gonna need a key. Oh yeah, let's play as Garfield. Oh yeah, we gotta kill these guys. There's hope for me yet. Remember Garfield phones? The Conquer Nude ROM hack? I'm considering. Oh, we got that big old key, baby! It's not where I want to go. Or is it? Oh, I'll take that. I'll take it. Let's try this again. Big key energy. The Odyssey? I wonder if Christopher Nolan's Odyssey movie is gonna be good. I don't know how I feel about the current phase of Christopher Nolan's career that we're in. Just give me more Inception, man. You got a confession to make. We did find the big chest. Yeah, there it is. I don't think I've read the Iliad either. My mom was really into Greek myths. I remember she had like a really old Greek myths she used to read my brother and I when we were kids. I don't really remember a lot of it. Oh, fuck! We got a shield that matches our sick-ass sword. Dude, I would totally watch a separate, story in the Inception universe. I'm not Greek. I'm majority Lithuanian. But my mom was just like loves reading and then that sort of thing. Oh, you're pretty interested in Greek mythology, Motu? I mean, before Shakespeare, it was all about Greek myths. Make a movie called Perception. I don't know how I feel about Nolan doing historical epics. I wasn't crazy about the Oppenheimer. It had some cool sequence. The sequence where they make the bomb was awesome, but it's not a movie I ever want to revisit. Perception. The Inception universe would definitely work as a game. I saw the OG Clash of the Titans 5 times. The original Clash of the Titans film, didn't that pioneer a lot of like special effects work? I want to say the Industrial Light and Magic people were obsessed with the original Clash of the Titans, because they were doing some stop motion stuff in there before special effects was a big industry. Tenet was his most movie. Yeah, Jason and the Argonauts is probably another. Yeah, that might even be what I'm thinking of. Tenet is probably the film Nolan made that's the most like Inception. That movie is almost like a parody of Christopher Nolan. It's kind of I never saw it in theaters, first of all, because it came out during the pandemic. I wonder if I would have appreciated it more in theaters. The whole movie just felt bland. It's very Inception-esque, though. Whoa, them a lot of rupees, man. Pair of these Nolans! At this point, I think Jonathan Nolan is doing better stuff. You saw it in theaters, it was a disappointment. It was hard to wrap your head around. And look, I have actually acted in a Christopher Nolan movie. I say this as a former collaborator of Christopher Nolan. I was in The Dark Knight Rises. I am an extra in The Dark Knight Rises. I should have been in the credits. You know, I'm a former collaborator of Christopher's. I was in the worst Nolan movie. I tried to save the movie, dude. I tried to save the movie. Yeah, Woogie Boogie, I was at Heinz Field. I'm in the Heinz Field scene where Tom Hardy's Bane blows up Heinz Field. He was great in that movie. They just kind of underutilized the character. Yeah. I should show you. I have pictures from the set. I have showed them on stream before. I'll pull them up. Maybe after we beat this dungeon, I have them in my download folder. Fuck. I'll pull them up again. Love that you can... Oh, fuck. That was... Oh, yeah, the Robin character. They had Joseph Gordon-Levitt as the Robin character, which was a twist that everybody saw coming. That's right, the first two are in Chicago. I think the rationale for filming Rises in Pittsburgh is they just wanted to use God, what am I thinking? They wanted to use a different city. The coolest scene in all of those movies is when they flip the truck. All directors need to flip the truck. Like, you've heard of jumping the shark. Flipping the truck is the opposite of jumping the shark. It's like when you peak creatively. Whoa, whoa, whoa! They're giving me tons of magic, but not when I really need it. Rises is a bit of a disappointment. It seemed like his heart wasn't really in it. He was only doing it because he was pressured to do it. all the executives wanted another Dark Knight, and he wanted to just do other stuff. All he cared about were the action sequences, which are pretty impressive. But the movie itself is like, it's nowhere on par with the first two. The soundtrack's really good though. The cinematography is pretty good. Fuck. You make sure you do it in a truck and flip it. Also, the lack of Heath Ledger kind of hurt the movie. I do have life drink. I don't know why I'm saving it. I think I have a couple fairies here. I'm just drinking too much hawk juice, dude. Okay, here we go. Drinking way too much hawk juice. Okay. Oh yeah, the mass shooting at in Colorado. I remember coming out of the theater and reading about that. Then just being like so frustrated. Because I knew it was going to overshadow what I thought was going to be the greatest night of my life. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Okay, I'll keep magic for the boss. Whoa! Why is this locked? We finally get here and this is locked. Hawk juice, baby. Oh, then we got to do that. There's something right there. That's clearly a switch. Here we go. No, come back. There we go. What are things looking like? We got a fairy, 2 blue potions. I got 1 more hawk juice. About half a hawk juice and 1 hawk juice in the fridge. Okay, let's boom, boom. No. Oh, we did it. Boom. I knew that was too good to be true. Oh, that sucks. I hope you made a recovery from that. Thank you for the GG. Oh, they still attack me like that? Oh, the mirror shield will block it. One of these has got to be worth it. Yeah, mental health, lifelong journey for sure. Okay. Fuck. That's actually game over. Oh, fuck. Okay. Well, we're only kind of far back. Can I still have... How is my shield oriented? Oh, I see what you mean. You hold your shield out to the Link's right. No, Cube. I haven't had enough hawk juice yet. I'm just like so hyped up for the Seahawks. It's clouding my judgment. Okay, I didn't realize that you hold your shield out to Link's right. I need more. If anything, I need more hawk juice. I love, man, we look so fly with our yellow sword and our yellow beanie and our fucking blue tunic. Were there we could use more fairies. I think it was through here. Yeah. Wait, there's something here we didn't do. Long sword style, baby. Got that big old sword. Damn, dude. What, I'm kind of curious to hear more. When she sees that gear. How could she? Okay, whoa. No, here we go. Dude, 91. Good year for Super Nintendo games. Okay, here we go. Whoa. Fuck. That's cool. That's cool. I appreciate you sharing a bit of that with us, though. Okay. It might still be open. Let's find out. Fuck. Okay. I've tweaked, man. I fucking tweaked. I couldn't help but notice the dungeons in the shape of a Seahawks logo. Whoa. This is no. Here we go. It's not this one. Here we go. So. Okay, it's good practice for when we do the randomizer. You guys all have to watch me do this again. Whoa. Okay. Whoa! No, come back. Come on, man. Go round. There we go. Okay. Let's use the blue potion at some point. What's the trick for not getting hurt by the flame and ball? For the cock and ball? Ugh. Backseating encouraged. Whoa. Fuck. What's up, Afremi? I do remember when they tried to let me go. You heard Time in the Waiting Room? That's such a good song. I'm curious what the trick is. I learned that on piano at one point. It's a very, very simple but effective. That's what the ladies say about my master sword. What's going on, sunshine? Oh, hookshot for invincibility frames. Good looking out. Let's try that. What's up, sunshine? Do I try? Look at that room we never went to in there. We'll go back. In 4 streams. I think a pro could have done it in like even less. I'm really loving this. Really, really loving this. Oh, I can use the hook. Really? I've been underutilizing the hook shot. MMO Link to the Past. Oh, damn, dude. like Hans Zimmer was intentionally trying to like fuck with you or something. That doesn't really seem like Hans Zimmer's style, but damn, that sounds like a crazy experience. Whoa. Not like crazy, but like memorable crazy. Whoa, whoa. There are some okay looking ROM hacks for Link to the Past. Parallel worlds. Oh yeah, the hook shot. Let's try the hook shot. Oh my god, you're right. Okay, I did it. Oh, okay. Remember Simpsons? The clown's trying to eat me and the toaster's been laughing at me. Or what was it he says? You see this shit? Brill. See, I'm learning. I am not hopeless. Or no, clown's trying to kill me and the toaster's been laughing at me. Thank you, Crunchy. Chat with the strats, baby. Dare I? Dude, do I want to fall down here? We're in the end game now. Oh, y'all are fucking brilliant. Use the mirror. Oh. All right, what are we gonna get? Hawk juice. Let's go. It was just for fairies, pretty much. Whee! No. No comment. No comment. God, where the fuck are we? We're so far down. Should I just warp? Okay, real quick. Oh, nice. Let's just use the chicken. Let's use that chicken. I know fairies taste so good. Good lord. Okay. Well, at least most of the dungeon is complete. Dude, we are looking so fly. We got the mirror shield, the fly tunic. Okay. Oh, scrolling with LNR is a little annoying. Jork's today. Oh, he's a big jorker. Probably 3. He jorks it for each piece of the Triforce. Okay, that was painless. He jerks it for the Triforce of Courage. Dun, dun. The Triforce of Wisdom gets a jork. See, man. Genius. Okay. This might be a real stroker. I'm surprised we haven't had more stroker and we haven't had more endgame. Oh no,
I love being a turtle!
I meant to do endgame, but we got turtle instead. Stroker Texas Ranger. That was a real stroker. Thank you, Ghost. Thank you, Ghost. What a motherfucker. Did you see what that guy just did to me? I'm not gonna stand for that. I'm not gonna sit. Nukem!
Nukem9999 just resubscribed for 29 months. Legend of Cubedude.
Oh, motherfucker! What's going on, Nukem? Thank you for 29 months of Nukem. That is so sweet of you, dude. How you doing tonight, Nukem? I really appreciate years of support. That's more than 2 years of Nukem. 29's my favorite number too, so shout out for 29 months of Nukem. All right, well, we're gonna beat this dungeon if I can get past the first room. We're struggling with first room. We're having first room struggles. Not 69, you'll get there. What year is it gonna be when it's 69? I don't want to do the math. Hopefully we're still playing Super Nintendo. Here we fucking go. That was a real stroker. How you doing, Nukem? That's awesome that the hook shot worked. The year 6969. Oh my god. Hopefully humanity is still alive and making 69 jokes in the year 6969. Whee! I know. Oh, we don't talk about 6-7. 6-9 is way better than 6-7. I might actually be warming up to 6-7 a little bit. I think I'm starting to see the appeal. We want to go... Dirty jokes are eternal. There's Roman ruins with dicks drawn on the wall. This is why we like Nukem in here. He knows a lot about history. 68 gets slept on. 68 is slept on. Stay in the light. Poltergeist. I guess it doesn't really have any meaning. It's just some bullshit. It's just nonsense for the sake of nonsense. Whoa, them's a lot of fairies. I think this is where we go. Yeah, here we go. Or not. Six, 7. It is kind of fun to say 6-7. Anyone else feel me on that? Okay, we just went all over the place but got absolutely nowhere. Okay, here we go. See, yeah, you know, it's fun to say it. Don't resist the 6-7. Cheering you with my 0 sugar wild cherry Pepsi. This guy don't want to die. Cherry Coke is better than cherry Pepsi, but normal Pepsi may be better than normal Coke. That's your Hawk Juice? Dude, Hawk Juice is so good. It's made from the sweat of Jackson Smith and Jigma. 6-Evan. 6-Evan. Yeah, that's pretty fun. That's pretty fun. I forget where all this shit. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Fascination towards hating it, or that kid who kind of started it with the viral clip is worse. Who's the kid that started it? I kind of like brain rot. We're pro brain rot on this stream. Remember the 76ers? Get ready for the 67ers. The 76ers is a weird name for a sports organization. Oh yeah, the hook shot. Okay. We're finally back here. Yeah, that's awesome. You see this shit? I just cracked the code, man. Just cracking all sorts of codes over here. Can't be weirder than the 49ers. Yo, we're not big fans of the 49ers in here. To change it to the 69ers. The 69ers. We need to found the 9/11ers. I would play for that team. Whoa, that's an awesome strategy, dude. The 9/11ers. The 69ers. Okay, I got this room down decently well. Alright, now we're gonna do a big old run. Finally, new territory. Let's see, let's just, I want to shoot beams. There we go, we're shooting beams. The 77ers. Dang, this is a puzzle. Let's try like a little this. Okay, unless there's like a key or something in here, I think we're good. We'll see. We must be close to the boss. I'll take it. Wasn't sure. Yeah, boss time. We're in the end game now. We're in the end game now. Alright, is Cube gonna get this on the first try, guys? Let me know in the comments. Alright, I need to stock up on hawk cheese. The shifty fivers. Oh, it's a turtle? Trinex? Yeah. It's like a penis with 3 heads. This guy's jorking it 3 times a day. Each head's gotta jork it. Fuck, now I gotta do this without my beams? Are you kidding me? You kidding me? I gotta do this without my beams? You seeing this shit? Some real slowdown. Bro, you realize you're dealing with the Pegasus man? The Triforce of 6'7", baby. The opposite rod, yeah. I just used my big yellow dong. We're in the end game now, guys. The big yellow dong. The big yellow dong. I love it when they match. I honestly don't want to get the red tunic. This is such a sweet fit. The blue tunic, the yellow hat, yellow sword, yellow shield. Jizz XL, it's extraordinary that you've come all this way, just as I thought. You truly are the legendary hero. I felt this from the first time we met. Ganon put up a barrier around his tower on Death Mountain. Now it's just a rock, and he's waiting for the right time to slip through a passage between the two worlds. I'd like to slip through a passage, if you know what I mean. If Ganon reaches the light world, it might not be possible to catch him. If he remains inside this closed-off realm, you can track him down wherever he runs. We will breach his barrier. Jizz XL travels far and gets through barriers, definitely. Is that Zelda? Did we just save Zelda? We'll breach its barrier with our combined powers. It's up to us to restore peace to the kingdom. Damn! I'd like to get in that Triforce, if you know what I mean. The Zeldor? Masterpiece. We are missing... how many heart pieces? We're missing 7 heart pieces. Oh, we gotta go back into the tower? Okay. Whee! Do we want to look for the Triforce or the heart pieces? I'm kind of inclined to say no. Da-da-da, da-da-da-da. Oh, how are we getting up there, man? It's just too harsh. Yeah, let's go stock up on potion. How do we get into the tower? Am I missing? It's fucking Tektites. Yeah, we're just gonna skip it. I am curious what I missed though. Well, we're gonna get more and more familiar with this game when we do the randomizers. Oh, it auto opens now? I'm just curious how I reach it. Cause it's like up there. Okay, Dark World Tower. God's Nectar. I'm drinking hawk juice, baby. We're drinking Seahawk juice. This is hawk juice, baby. Oh, mirror here and follow. Okay, I thought it was something with the mirror. Seahawk Tua. Okay. But then we gotta get to the Dark World. This pixel art is so good. Oh, Turtle Rock War. Okay. Threw some Rubens back. Right on, right on. That sounds tasty. Let's go stock up. Turtle Rock War. That makes sense. Thank you guys for the help.
God, I love being a turtle!
We love being a turtle. Rock. A turtle. Rock. I'm gonna need some more hawk juice. Dude, we're gonna be 11-3. You automatically go into the Dark World now when you go through there? Okay. Turn to, but baked potatoes. Potatoes are good. Potatoes are really good. No, I didn't mean to do that. Got that thick fairy. Nah, it wasn't me. Yeah, loaded baked potato, that sounds good. Just all potato procs are good. I had 20-piece nugget before the stream. It was so good. My 20-piece nugget was fucking great, dude. That sounded pretty good. Honestly, I could have gone for 40-piece nugget. I could have gone for 40. Yeah, 20 is not enough. I'm still hungry. 40 is a good number. I asked for spicy mustard, but they gave me spicy buffalo, which ended up being a blessing in disguise. Dude, spicy buffalo is good. Spicy buffalo kind of fuck. 100-piece? Oh, I would fuck with a 100-piece nugget. You know, I've never had the McRib. Have I really lived? Cube, have you really lived if you've never had the McRib? No, these motherfuckers. Destroy them with the flick of my sword. Do you think I should get 3 blue potions? You know what? Let's just go get 3 blue potions. No. Yeah, now it's just 10. It's 2 10 pieces. Think hot dog with barbecue sauce. I think the McRib is all hype. Eat another little piece of McNugget, baby. The 9/11 rib. The 9/11 McDonald's memorial sandwich. Yeah, what's up, Seeds? Good to see you, man. Oh, let's go get blue potions. I mean, I'm just loaded with rupees. It used to be lit. I've never really had it. I saw that they're trying to like compete with like Chick-fil-A. They have all these different spicy, different chicken sandwiches now. They look pretty good in the advertising. I was a McNugget boy. I'll die a McNugget man. Fly to 2, okay. I didn't mean to go back to the Dark World, but I'm just gonna walk there. I don't want to say goodbye to this playthrough. The filet-o-fish is good too. I didn't realize they'd been around that long. They're all about the Grinch stuff now. Yeah, new playthrough. Well, we should maybe start a randomizer. If we finish this sooner than later and like I'm not totally gone from all the hawk juice, I might be down to just like start a randomizer. I downloaded one. Damn, the McRib is older than I am. That's crazy. I hate when you warp between worlds, but you warp into like a weird spot and it warps you back. Okay, let's get, why not get... Should I keep... Instead of airplane tires? Lightning bolt, I don't remember that. I don't know if I've... No, I have had Burger King nugs. Burger King has some good deals. You can't really eat Burger King every day in the same way that you can eat McDonald's every day. Like, McDonald's gets better every time you eat it, but Burger King gets worse every time you eat it. They made it seasonal. They know what they're doing. Should I keep a fairy? The fairies don't even fill your life all the way. The benefit is that McDonald's, I mean, I pretty much only have McNuggets at McDonald's. We're getting forward. We're gonna get the potion that matches our tunic. Well, I went through a Burger King phase, probably 2018. I went through a big Burger King phase. There was one like right down the street from me. And I would get like, they had some double Whopper value meal. I think if you have anything a lot, it's not good. Like ice cream every day is, you're gonna get tired of ice cream. Or not. Or not. One thing about hawk, you could drink hawk juice every day, bro. Big Macs, my mom is a Big Mac person. She's a Big Mac person. I've never been a huge Big Mac person. The sauce is pretty good. I'm not really into McDonald's burgers anymore. I used to be. I'm more into like the chicken product. My daily trips to Taco Bell. That was the best part of dating that girl. Well, one of the best parts was there was a Taco Bell between our houses. I think when I sent her the picture of the Taco Bell selfie that I posted in the Discord, I think that might have pissed her off. She told me she was really disheartened with our interactions that day. I'm like, what, you didn't like the Taco Bell selfie? You didn't love my Taco Bell selfie? There's a Taco Bell breakfast. Fuck, am I gonna get Taco Bell after the stream? They have breakfast crunch wraps. Sounding pretty good. I used to be pretty basic with Taco Bell, but I'm starting to branch out. Just for the I told her that. I'm like, hey, there's a Taco Bell between our houses, baby. and then she fell asleep and I left. And then she woke up to the Taco Bell selfie. The post-coital Taco Bell selfie. Yo quiero Taco Bell. Spicy potato soft taco at Taco Bell. I do love a soft taco in general. The beefy 5-layer and the stacker are the goods. Oh, beefy 5-layer sounds good. Richard Entertainment is a huge fan of, what was it? The Crunch Wrap Supreme or something? Have her in your bonus fourth meal. Oh, that's funny. Are you guys ready to like breach this fucking castle? Taco Bell's way more expensive than it should be. You know what's good but no one ever eats? Is Taco Time. Taco Time's pretty legit. Taco Time, it's more expensive than Taco Bell. Well, it's probably not that much more expensive at this time. Yeah, it's, well, the thing is now Taco Bell is pretty expensive too. Do I want to, like warp here or something? I think we already did that puzzle. Tacos with, yeah, they have the tater tots. I don't know what's up with that. Is it a Northwest thing? Just go in the tower, okay. Hey, that's a pig's head on that tower. All right, I'm gonna get, oh, they got a Triforce, they have Triforces in here. I need like 15 crisp burritos, but each one is like $6. Oh yeah, same here. One time in high school, I had 10 soft tacos. Now when I get soft tacos, I order double beef or extra beef. But it's so much, it's like fucking like $16, $17 at Taco Bell doesn't even fill me up. Yeah, okay, I went through a Jack in the Box taco phase. Those are not good for mental health. They're pretty tasty, but those Jack in the Box tacos took a toll on my mental health. I think I was just waking up and getting Jack in the Box tacos. I had some pretty unhealthy phases that involved Jack in the Box tacos. Long John Silver's. We have Ivers in Seattle. I don't know if we have Long John Silver's in Seattle, but we have Ivers, which is kind of, I think, kind of the same thing. I tried. They're pretty great. They're not like real tacos. They're like kind of their own entity. But whatever they are, they're pretty good. But yeah, they'll fuck up your mental health. Oh god. I need to get more hawk juice. I need more hawk juice. Let's do some shout outs real quick. We're gonna beat this in a minute here. They're good with ranch. I never reach for ranch. I've kind of grown to appreciate ranch. It's not really my go-to, but I've like learned to appreciate it. I was wrong for dogging on Arby's. You know, I've never actually tried Arby's, but I know they have the meats. Arctic Circle. That's cool you're a vegetarian, man. We would probably all benefit from that. One time my brother was like, you and so have beef. And I told him, you know who has beef? Arby's. They've got beef, they got chicken, they have all the meats. Jack in the Box tacos for fun. See, that's the thing, is the Jack tacos are so cheap, but they're like, I don't know, it's a slippery slope. Jack tacos are a slippery slope. Arby's needs to bring back the Meat Mountain. I've never actually had Arby's. Okay, let's do some shout outs. I'll be back in a second. I'm just gonna shout out a bunch of people. We're gonna beat this tonight. Oh, wait, hold up, my shouts are off.
They're so vibrant is what I meant to say. Away with you! Nope, you're not gonna get me. Okay, I'm just gonna go.
Oh boy. And I knew it. Yep.
Go away, 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 wait. Go away. No, he got. Nobody likes you. I mean, I like you, but go away. Please don't come in here.
Oh, you can shout out people if the shout outs end.
Bunny's the only one that.
Guys, I think we just threw a zombie out of reality. I don't know how that happened, but it did. I was about to smack this zombie in the head, and instead she made the grabbing motion, and the zombie just ceased to exist.
So I had moved this last time, but I don't think I want to move this around, right? Like I needed... Wait, are you serious? Chat. I'm a little embarrassed. I'm gonna go put a dunce hat on and sit in the corner for a minute.
I like how he like takes the bowls and he caresses the bowls like this.
No, be gone. Nobody likes you. I mean, I like you, but go away. Please don't come in here. Please don't come in here.
Did we get the same clip twice from Midna?
Bunny's the only one that really freaks me out.
Let me see that jiggle jiggle. I haven't heard that in a long time.
God. No!
The evil, this is the evil, I don't remember this era of evil Gawkman.
Gonna use up all my regular Tim cards first. I feel like that would be a decent thing to do. We caught the
This looks like Pokemon.
Yeah, I got one.
This is exactly what I imagine evil Gawkman to be. Yo, okay. I need more hawk juice, baby. 11. We're gonna be 11-3 this time tomorrow, baby. Hawk juice, let's go.
Are you my Caucasian?
I'm your Caucasian, baby. I'm your Caucasian. Let's do this. Ganon, hawk juice. Go hawk. Who are the two people in the universe who eat Long John Silver's? You're here for the hawk juice. I'm one of them. I don't think we even have Long John Silver's where I am. We have, well, we have a lot of seafood though. Damn, this is a big boy dungeon. We're gonna go left. What 3 people eat Long John Silver's? Pegasus boots, yeah. Well, let's go through here. Whoa, this is quite the labyrinth. I'm not the biggest Olive Garden guy, even though when you're there, you're family. I'll fuck with some salmon though. I will definitely fuck with some salmon. Ooh. That was just a fake. We haven't seen one of those in a while. These motherfuckers. Okay, and the hand. And the hand. This is insanity, dude. No, motherfucker. He came so irregularly, I kind of forgot about him. This might be a real stroker. This is a stroker for the ages. He came so irregularly. I got some great hand on Thursday.
We're in the end game now.
Thank you, finally. Were you putting that redeem to good use? I got some great hand on Thursday, though. Made a big mess all over myself. Okay. Yeah, we didn't really think that through. Had to wash that shirt. Whoa, whoa. But they're not. That was all? Oh, there we go. Hey. This looks hookshot-esque. Wait, for real? There we go. Wow, this is a huge dungeon, man. Okay. I'm gonna need a full hawk juice for this dungeon. Yay, more items we don't need. Okay, here we go. We're in the end game now. Fuck. Fuck. Oh, you're kind of fucked once you destroy that. Well, let's try this. Probably regenerates. Boom. Okay. A little this, a little that. Fuck. That was on me. I'm almost tempted to just die. I don't want to use a blue potion this early in. There we go. The cube is loose. Oh, hey, we could open that. What's up, Homer? This is... We got decisions to make here. Well, let's do this. That did not work. That did not work as intended. I keep forgetting about the cape. Good call. This is maybe the best game ever made, yo. This is some masterpiece shit right here. They were cooking with fire. Yeah, this is such a good game. Oh my god. I'm stoked for the randomizer too. I guess I should probably beat the base game first. Okay, we're back there. That was quick. Okay, yeah, cape. I forgot about the cape. Look, I'm not just gonna sit here and pretend like this isn't the greatest game ever made. This is straight up masterpiece stuff. Let's bomb these bad boys. Minesweeper. Minesweeper might give this a run for its money. The fuck? We got a map. We got a map. Oh, man. I don't know if I really want to fuck with that. Well, that's a pattern. Okay. That's a pattern, man. Whoa. Whoa. Okay. Nothing we can do there. I don't think. Well, ooh, we so fucked? Maybe there's a block I can push? Boom. I fucking knew it, dude. I like how they're making you use all your items in this dungeon. They didn't... Yeah, I like how they make you use all these previous items you've gotten. These are some good puzzles. Like, they're really just like... They taught you all these gameplay mechanics and now they're really cranking them up to 11, so to speak. Okay, we gotta... Let's bomb this bad boy. We love cranking things up to 11. One of these, maybe? Jacking, so to speak. Yes. This game is, yeah, this one's a real stroker. They're really stroking. Dude. I can't handle... That was so pointless. This might be a real stroker. I forgot that I have that enabled as a command. Stroker 2. Stroke within a stroke. Was there something here?
Fuck you, Bowser! Fuck Lakitu! Running a train, baby! Running a train, baby! Running a train, baby!
Chelsea! The Chelsea Pearl? This might be a real stroker. The Chelsea Pearl? How good to see you! Chelsea's a badass! Were you doing some... I knew you were doing Sonic. You guys, check out Chelsea's awesome doing some Sonic. What's going on, guys? It's great to see you, Chelsea. We're at the end of A Link to the Past. We are playing on my... Thank you. Radical, thank you for the follow. We are playing on my new RGB modded SNES Junior. Going into the RetroTINK 4K. On an FX Pack Pro. Miku and Sonic, that's awesome. Chelsea does some awesome cosplay. Yo, Chelsea does the coolest cosplay. I appreciate that. I'm Cubedude. We do everything on real hardware. We present every system and every game in a cool, unique way. I make all these overlays. But I wish I looked as good in a Dr. Robotnik cosplay as Chelsea. That's the one thing I'm missing. Is like I can't do a good Robotnik, but Chelsea does a great Robotnik. I hope you had a good Sonic stream. What Sonic game were you playing? You guys, Chelsea's awesome. Like if you go to gaming conventions, there's a good chance you might have seen Chelsea at a gaming convention doing some Sonic cosplay. We do Cubedude with real hardware. She has the best SART in the world. Thank you so much for the raid, dude. It's good to see Chelsea on. She's a great follow, not only on Twitch, a great follow on TikTok, a great follow on Instagram. She's super cool. Follow her everywhere. And I really appreciate the raid. Anyways, we're at the end. It's a good start. We have so many stupid inside jokes. If you stay here for more than like 5 minutes, you will hear more inside jokes than you ever cared to hear in a single stream. Yo, yeah, Chelsea's awesome. And speaking of inside jokes, don't even ask. Don't even ask. So we're at the end of A Link to the Past. I've just been realizing this is the best game ever created. Ever created. I've beaten it before, but I just had an urge to revisit it on my new RGB modded SNES Junior, and I'm fucking loving it. I'm fucking loving it. I hope you had a great stream. I'm gonna have to go peep your VOD. Were you dressing up today? Were you in cosplay? Guys, make sure you're following Chelsea though. The C Pearl to my B Rad. I love it. Bradical. That's a good name. It's like Brad, but radical. Ooh. I see. This was the blueprint for Ocarina. You'd have no Ocarina if not for Link to the Past. I also feel like this game has better dungeons. There are some things I really like about Ocarina. Ocarina might have better music. Eggman coming to a stream soon. Let's fucking go. My 5-year-old niece is really into Sonic, Chelsea. You would appreciate this. My 5-year-old niece just like adores Sonic. She loves Amy Rose. She's obsessed with Amy Rose. Two sides of a perfect coin. Yeah, it's kind of like a Sophie's Choice. They're both amazing. I do like the overworld in A Link to the Past. I think I just love this overworld. There's not a wasted tile. There's no empty space. I wish we had gotten more 2D Zelda like this. You've seen her, Eggman. But yeah, thank you so much again for the raid. Let's get back to the final dungeon in Ocarina.
Hey, listen.
So you might notice we have some Navi flying around me. Navi is a good friend of mine. She comes by the stream. This is an absolute crazy dungeon. Which, the Parappa, when you follow me, you will hear a Parappa sound effect that I'm a big fan of. Or the transition. I made that transition. It's like a combination of a lot of different Zelda noises. There's some Link to the Past sound effects, some Ocarina in there. Oh, the hey listen, yeah, that. I'm glad you appreciate that. No one's commented on it, but it's like, there are like 2 or 3 Zelda games worth of sounds in that transition. Have a great one, free me. Okay, so we haven't been to the right. Righty-tighty. Let's try this. It's probably the one in the corner. I don't know. Probably the one. Yeah, it's probably the one in the corner. Hit that corner. No. What? Dang, 4 a.m. Yeah, get some sleep, buddy. You guys cannot sleep until I beat the game. Here we go. I eventually got it. I knew I would. A lot of trial, a lot of error. More error than trial. Oh, you're just chilling in bed? It's a good place to watch Cubedude in bed. Okay. Okay, okay. Can I hook shot? Well, let's see what happens if we use a little fire rod. Oh, that's sweet. But it's gonna... The light is gonna disappear pretty quickly here. Oh. Fuck. Yeah, let's try that again. Do I get the red tunic in this dungeon? Daddy needs a new tunic. Okay. Whoa. Oh, ether medallion. Good looking out. Yeah, Bradical, thank you for coming in. Thank you for the follow. If you're a streamer, I will check out any streamers who give me a follow. I appreciate you coming through. Okay, we gotta bomb something here. Yeah, just what I wanted. More arrows. Wait, for real? That one worked. Bring it. Bring it, baby. Dance for daddy. Dance for daddy. Oh, they're just like one shot with the arrow? Real stroker. Stroke, 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 stroke. Is this like a boss gauntlet? I smell a boss gauntlet. We stroked him real good. Ah, that looks like a big key. Or that looks like a big chest. That's probably the red tunic. Our threads are so fly, I don't want to get rid of them. You can use the hook shot on the fairies. I kind of love that. Excuse me. Alright, well, we're gonna need a big key. I don't know if... Yeah, we've been up here. Whoa, this dungeon. Let's go to the right. Oh, we've been here too. How did I... Oh yeah, we never got past this. This is a strategy. This room is a section of hell. There we go. Yo, what's up, Thunderfoot Bros? No, just when I fucking... Yeah, this is a quality of Vito, a quality of life hack that lets you change directions with the Pegasus boots. I love you, Bacon. How are you? You're here for the end game. It's a quality of life hack. You will also notice the inventory screen looks a little different. What's up, Aaron? Boom, got him. Only came in to get cube caught by Walmart. I know. It was worth it. It was worth it. Cheating? No, this is just an improvement. It's just an improvement. It's so cool. There was like a master quest for Link to the Past called the Stone Tablets for the Satellaview broadcast system, and it allowed you to change directions in the Pegasus boots. So it was fair game there. Thunderman. Okay, we're gonna need our Cain, some Cain and Abel. Fuck. This is a good opportunity. Ah, oh, fuck. I need that fairy, man. I know the Satellaview days. Apparently there's a fan community that is keeping the Satellaview alive, allowing you to do games on over the internet on actual hardware, which would be cool to do. You know, we haven't used the lantern since the very beginning of the game. For shits and giggles, let's do it. Oh, this is gonna be a puzzle where we have to light everything in the room. Boom. What did that do? Oh, it probably opened that door down there. Okay. Cube be like, this is a quality of life update. If you die, you don't die. Also, you get endless free rupees. Also, the game plays itself. This fucking hand. I had hand. Spanked it. Fuck. There's no game overs. Don't worry, it's not cheating. That's a heck of a hand job. Cube might have gotten a heck of a hand job on Thursday. There was a big mess. A big mess. That was just for fucking magic. God damn it. Okay. I had to wash my fucking shirt, dude. Like, fuck. It's my favorite shirt, too. Okay, so we'll start at the top. Video game, please. It's like, please focus on the GameCube. We're not here for your shenanigans. Boom, we did it. Oh, well, that's one hit kill with the fire. Yeah, you know, I was a little hurt, Vito. I just wanted to share my hand job experience, and I felt rejected. Oh yeah. Whoa. This is a good puzzle. Fuck. That was a great puzzle. That's just pure Zelda. Okay. Nice, we got the compass. Oh, we're doing this. Yo, we don't use the boomerang enough these days. What's going on here? How come I can't get this guy? There we go. That was some bullshit. But you know what? I respect it. Thank you. Thank you for that. So you just have to take some damage there? Someone shout out. Fuck. Okay, this is wild. Boom, okay. I've been bringing back the visual shoutouts. Turtle cock! What's going on, Resident Emil? Ganon's Castle. We are actually at Ganon's Castle, but thank you for the turtle cock. I will allow it. How you been, buddy? Good to see you. Whoa. Well, I'm just chilling. I don't know if I showed you this yet, Resident Emil. I got Super Nintendo Junior with an RGB mod. Going into the tank. This is my new SNES Junior. The video output is way better than my old Super Famicom. Okay, so let's reset that room. We're drinking some hawk juice. Nice, you just beat Shadow of the Colossus on your Steam Deck. I've only played the PS4 remake. I need to do the original one of these days. Yeah, the American design of the SNES isn't as good as the Japanese, and the Japanese design isn't anything amazing either. It's better than the... Jesus. It's still quite beautiful. Shadow of the Colossus on hard mode. It always looked cool as fuck. I played a bit of the remake on PS4 Pro. I was impressed. I should, now that I have the PS2, I should go back and do the original. You see that? Boom. Finally. All I had to do is just not run through it. You collect stuff to increase your attack and HP, so did everything at base stats. Oh man. And you did it on hard mode too, with base stats. What's the last game that those people made? This is a conundrum. There we go. Last Guardian. I remember seeing you do a bit of Last Guardian, Resident Emil. I want to say I might have. That was also on PSVR. I think I played the demo on PSVR. You don't like that one? Fuck. Okay, let's. We have 4 blue potions. Let's use them. Not a Shadow of the Colossus fan. Wait, we're just back here? I need the big key. We need that big key. Sean the non-believer, Sean. Is the big key? Yeah, this is like kind of big key country. Okay. Boo. I was saying boo earns. Someone was comparing Last Guardian to Zelda. People really love that developer and their games, like Ico. I want to go through some of that stuff. I want to say we've done all this before. You know what? We need the big key. Unless I missed something, let's go back to the beginning. Because there is something here. The creature that doesn't listen to you. Oh yeah, the big creature, the big monster animal cat thing. Okay, let's get our boomerang going. How's the music life treating you, Resident Emil? Whoa. Oh, this fucker. We started Pandora's Tower a long time ago. We should go back and do that. All the items are in B1. Oh, okay. You're visiting LA? Okay. I bet it's nice weather. Okay, so I missed something. Gotta get that big key. -3, my god. That's a gold. So that's the fucking thing there. Okay, let's go down. That thick key, boy. I'm thinking about getting into some randomizers for this game, and you can change Link's sprite to Goemon. Like Epona. It was totally flawless. Okay, we want to go down to B. Whoa, boy. Down to B. Wow, that's such a long way to get there. God damn. Okay. Okay. I have so many arrows, I might as well use them. It's in the one room you ignored. Yeah, the one in the upper right. I need to get there. Trying to remember. What's up, Cinna? I'm trying to remember how you get down there. Wasn't Shadow of the Colossus kind of inspired by Zelda 2? There's like a princess who's asleep. Cinna is playing Goemon 64. Yeah, Bisu's very funny. We're in the middle of Goemon 3 for Super Famicom, which is like a gem. Okay, okay. Down, down. I just don't see how did I even get there in the first place? It looks pretty shut off. Oh, I saw you were doing some Vice City, man. It looked like a good time. Nothing was inspired by Zelda 2. I see a lot of Zelda 2 on Twitch. I don't totally get it. I don't judge, but I don't totally get it. But neither does Ocarina. The Ocarina has a pretty open, or empty open world. Except CDI Zelda. Battle of Olympus says hi. What, see, I gotta get back to the chest from CDI Best Zelda. You know, God bless Online Eric, who has played all those games on stream. Because of Epona. And, like, I just, they didn't have the horsepower, no pun intended, to put more stuff in it. The draw scheme. Horsepower, you see what I did there with horsepower? It's a quality of life. You don't die. Oh yeah, you teleport. That's why I wasn't seeing this on the map. That shit cray. Thank you. So many people have been like manually hardly knowing, trying to pick up the bot's slack. It's hard. Those are big shoes to fill, let me tell you. Oh yeah, it's already there. Boom. Goes the dynamite. Here we go. God, it's one of these, I forget which. Here we go. Whew. 99, I got 99 arrows, but a hook shot ain't one. Okay, I guess, okay, we're gonna go down. I think I see what we gotta do at least. Whee! Yeah, here we go. Wait. No! How did we get down there? How did we get down there? Let's go to the right. Sick of left. I am done with left. No, that's up. What happens after number 15? Alright, we'll get out of there. Oh yeah, was this it? Well, we're gonna do this whole thing again. I'm not a huge fan of award ceremonies in general. Like, the Oscars, I think, is kind of a load of bullshit. Rarely does the best movie ever actually get best movie, but I'm glad Expedition 33 won, like, pretty much everything. What was to the left here again? Still no amounts of games I really cared about. Yeah. Nintendo didn't really have much of a presence. I'm not crazy about the host. He's kind of become, Jeff Knightley has kind of become a parody of himself. They don't care. I think my best, oh, the Mega Man announcement, it was the coolest thing to come out of it. Yeah, that's awesome. I can't believe that's still like 2 years away though. Great question though, Bacon. I am glad they're doing more Mega Man. I wish it wasn't 2027. It's going to have been like nearly 10 years since Mega Man 11. Yeah, what happened to Jet Set Radio? Let's see, that's a good puzzle. Damn good puzzle. Yeah, Mega Man 11 though was probably the coolest part. There's that trend in the gaming industry of announcing stuff and then you never hear anything about it. Like all those Sega announcements from 5 or 6 years ago. We're bringing back Golden Axe, we're bringing back Crazy Taxi, and it's 10 years later, no update. Just port it to PC, and luckily in the case of Jet Set Radio, you have stuff like Cyberpunk Bomb Rush that's kind of picking up the slack. Which is pretty much what Sega should have already made. Was there... We did get the new Shinobi and Ninja Gaidens look really cool. There's a lot of just like empty hype though at the Game Awards and just with gaming in general. They closed all their arcade business in Japan. I remember how excited people were when they made the announcement, more Crazy Taxi, but then nothing ever came of it. Oops. I didn't see Decrypt. There were some people sent me a few trailers that looked cool though. I'll freely admit. I think my favorite Game Awards moment is when they announced the Breath of the Wild second DLC at the Game Awards, which this would have been what, like 2017? They just shadow dropped Breath of the Wild DLC at the Game Awards. I was so hyped for that. That was the coolest thing they've done. Fuck. Okay. Fuck. That was really hype. I was hoping for an announcement of that caliber. The Wii music. Miyamoto was having a great time with that. Okay. I still don't think this gets us anywhere significant. How do you get down to B1? That's what all the kids want to know. Is there something I can bomb up here? Was it up here? That's so annoying. Okay, we cannot hit those guys with our sword because of the bounce back. We've been talking about that pretty much every time I've streamed this. I think the closest we'll ever get is Link Between Worlds, which should really be ported to Switch or something. I wish we'd gotten more 2D Zeldas in this style. Here we go, here we go. Whoa, whoa, whoa. It's the same universe, yeah. I'm all for it. I would love at least like a widescreen version of this. Maybe throw in an extra dungeon. Whoa. Wonder what the next Zelda announcement will be, though. I'm guessing it's gonna be another decade before the next mainline entry. This is how I got down there, you son of a bitch. This is how I got down there, okay. The tunic matches my sword. Yeah, this fucking shit. Okay. I went left instead of up. What a fool. Fucking, oh my god, that's what we missed. That's why we've been wandering around for like half an hour, guys. I know. Well, I've powered up pretty much everything. We have 99 arrows. But a fairy ain't one. Speaking of fairies, let's catch one of these. Catch one of these girls. What am I missing? I'm missing 7 heart pieces. I'm missing 7 heart pieces and the red tunic. And the red tunic. But I'm wearing a blue shirt right now. That's the one, is the red tunic. I wore a blue shirt. Oh, fuck. Okay. Do I need to go put on a red shirt? I was trying to match Link. Yeah, everything's clashing, dude. Everything is clashing. Everything's clashing. I don't know, man. Nothing He's got a purple hat, red tunic, yellow sword. At least let me have the red shield. The red shield would match the red tunic. It's just questionable fashion, you know? Just get half naked. Just, it won't be the first time I've taken my shirt off on stream. Okay. Okay, let's... We need a hot tub stream soon. It's been a minute. I really underutilized the bow. I have 98 arrows. But a bitch ain't one. I know you guys come here for the Jay-Z references. Wait, fuck, for real? I have to do this? The Jay-Z. Oh, the other Jay-Z. He did it all for the Wookiee. Come on, the Wookiee. I came here for the sock references. Amen. Boom. See, that's a puzzle, man. They don't make puzzles like they used to. It's like you push that block there and boom. That's what it's like, man. I don't know how I feel about this red tunic. Just like Link's vibe is way off, dude. I might have fucked up here a bit. Here we go. Oh, here we go. Okay. Gonna use my trusty hook shot to get them arrows. Okay. Oh yeah, you can't kill those guys. Okay. Boom. Where are we in this dungeon? Wow, we have way more to go. It seems like the worst is over, though. What the fuck is that thing, man? Boom. I'm here for the socks. Good boy. Okay, here we go. You ready for this shit? Pegasus Master! Pegasus Master! Gonna need to get through there. Pegasus does what Nintendo. Remember when advertising was cool? I want Nintendo and Sony to start taking jabs at each other. I want feelings to get hurt over video games. Oh, I can dash into those blocks? Okay, good looking out. Extra? Oh. I like what you're talking. I like what you're putting down. Whoa, okay. '90s video game advertising is wild. This guy's annoying as fuck, dude, man. Just die. Just go with it. Oh. It's interesting they are introducing mechanics like that this late in the game. You know what I might do as a follow-up to this is Four Swords Adventure for GameCube, which I love. Four Swords Adventure for GameCube. I'm trying. Whoa, I never would have thought of that. I'm still not at full. Come on, Daddy needs a heart. I know. They created the current political environment. The chicken, what came first? The Alpha, Omega, Nintendo, the Sega. That's a good rhyme, dude. Okay. Me, not ashamed about it. Since the dawn of time, Motu has been helping kids get through Link to the Past. Making the world a better place. I'm stoked for the randomizer. I've never done one. I see a lot of friends doing them though. Wow, okay, fuck these guys. Do you want to do all the Ocarina or all the Zelda randomizers? I really want to do this randomizer in particular. Whoa. The bunny thing. Oh shit, it is like a boss rush. Breath of the Great Fairy. What rando would you want to do, Bacon? I'm warming up to the idea. It's like if you like a game so much, you just like want to immerse yourself in it. You want more of it. The theories were fake. Just the light world bosses. Oh, okay. Ooh, Dark Souls. Yeah, you're a Dark Souls fan. That's right. Yeah, all the Zelda games. It's kind of a fun logic puzzle. If you have X item, you can open up such and such dungeon, you know? And this is a game people know really well, so it'd be fun with the chat. Everyone trying to figure out, like, what should I do next? Play the game for me. Oh, Metroid Rando. Oh, that was a huge mistake, trying Metroid Rando. You had issues when you tried the Link's Awakening Rando. I know that's people love that game. Can I walk in here? Kind of is the answer. I thought you knew that game pretty well. Vanilla Place. So that's kind of what this is. Motherfucker. Oh, Ether? Doesn't Ether? Oh, that's tight. Here we go, baby. Whoa, Pegasus Bros. How hard could it be? There are a lot of things to remember in Link's Awakening. Like the fetch quest is kind of confusing. Come at me, bros. Okay, okay. Oh, that's the hammer. Here we go. Hammer? Hardly know her. Boom. Everyone in the chat has been doing hardly know her. This is a quality of life hack where Link has normal hair. Link does not have the pink hair. Boom, Motu taught me well. We're getting close. Yo, what's up, Max? This is rando training. Fuck, you have to go all the way back here. Well, all the way, it's only like one room back. Yo, what's going on, Max? How you doing? Max was doing... You've been doing some Majora's Mask rando, dude. This is training for Link's Awakening rando. Or excuse me, Link to the Past rando. What's up, Kyle? Kyle, how you doing, brother? Just relaxing. I love to hear it. I saw Max has been doing Silk Song. He's a huge fan. That's what the money is for! Anyone been watching Mad Men on HBO? Okay, I'm gonna have to just memorize this. Okay. Real talk, I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. These pretzels are making me thirsty. These pretzels are making me thirsty. Real quick. Yo, I'm doing great, man. I'm doing great. I'm just gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Let's do some shout outs. Resident Emil, shout out. Sinna Stubborn, shout out.
Seeming to struggle at all.
Okay, I'll be right back. Feel free to shout out more people. This might be a real stroker.
Get him! Come here! Nah, you son of a bitch! He's like, oh! He's... You get down here. You better get down here, buddy.
They gave you points.
I got 20 points.
They're reading the bowl. What a bull crap. Okay, hang on a second. Moni, thanks for the 100 bits. Next time you listen to the John Cena
gaming VOD from the rest of it. Actually, you know what? We could probably just let it roll. It's only really important if I want to keep the previous VOD up, or if there's any clips and I unpublish a VOD, those clips go with it. So since there were no clips, we can probably just proceed, and I'll just change my category. What is that figure next to your pop?
Now I get it, whatever. Oh, what the? What? I tried to jump there.
Yo. What in the Ninja Gaiden is this? I saw this stream. Yeah, I like having long hair too, although my thank you for shouting out, Scone. I lost a lot of hair during COVID.
Forgot about that, yeah.
So I don't know whether
a little bit stronger early
I
on.
might trim it, I don't know.
Weak.
You're low on socks. Shadow Director's on PS1. Does it let's get a Life Finds a Way shout.
God, I can't even imagine how bad this level's gonna be.
So Scone is
I mean, it can only
standing
get worse.
now.
Oh, hey, we got the first checkpoint. Wow, that's great. Probably dead anyways. Oh my god, they gave you a skateboard? That's a band. That's a band.
Scone is a good fucking streamer.
Right now for the first time. Happy's Pizza history. For the first time.
This is not what I was expecting.
You can feed the whole family. It's raining Happy's.
This is amazing. Let's get Master Max.
Right now, get 2 large pizzas with 2 toppings for $12 and a free 2-liter of Pepsi. Call 1-800-BE-HAPPY. We'll bring it to you.
How do you know I haven't been stealing your clips and posting them OnlyFans of you just talking dirty? That, well, first off, that would actually be fucking hilarious.
It's Skyrim or something.
All right, let's give you something to post. Oh, Deathclaw, chill. Deathclaw senpai. No, not there. You're killing
Fallout.
me. Ah!
I saw people are upset that they updated Skyrim for Switch 2, but it's still 30 frames per second. Oh yeah, dude, we're drinking tomorrow. There's a big Hawks game tomorrow, so we're drinking Hawk juice. Dude, I'm happy to have you here, Kyle. I hope you've been doing well. I saw you had like a huge Thanksgiving dinner. I follow your stories on Instagram. Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna eat for the Hawks game, but it's gonna be pizza would be great. It's gonna be, we're gonna watch Philip Rivers' funeral. You guys ready to watch someone die on the field? Hopefully not, but no. Really? Are you drinking out the same can? But you're drinking Hawk... Dude, Kyle's drinking Hawk juice too. We're drinking Hawk juice, Seattle Seahawks. They make this out of Jackson Smith and Jigma's sweat. That's the secret ingredient in Hawk juice. God, I need magic. I guess we're doing this shit. What's up, Stamp? Thank you so much, Stamp. Hope you're doing well. They make it out of Hawk Tua, Sock Hawk Tua. This is Hawk juice, baby. Gawking for Hawk, that's awesome, man. You stoked for Hawks tomorrow? Yeah, I'm drinking my love of Seahawks. I didn't really want to use this right now but we just need magic. Unless we can find magic. No, let's just fucking use it. Oh, we can find magic. No! I didn't realize it was equipped and I accidentally hit it. Da-da-ba-da-ba-ba, wow. God damn it, well, whatever. Let's pray we don't need the third. What am I fucking... Let's pray we don't need the third one. Wow. Oh man, I only had 59 bombs. I needed more bombs. Are they trying to tell me I should bomb this enemy? God damn, Stan. These sound effects are so good. Oh, I could have just hammered them. I should have thought of that. What's up, Unspoken? Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid, Unspoken Virtue. Welcome in. Let's see what Unspoken Virtue is up to. Welcome in, Unspoken Virtue. Oh, you're doing Breath of the Wild? Let's fucking go. Shout out Unspoken Virtue. I'm gonna speak your virtues.
even has feet? Gross, bro. You're never gonna see the model's feet anyway.
Oh, nice. You doing some Octopath?
Louis Vuitton model for sure.
I love Octopath. Which Octopath? That's Octo 1?
Are you just like not a fish guy, Moz?
Yeah, it's
'Cause, like,
Octo
I don't
1.
Like, I don't like eating feet. I don't like eating feet. Brother, can we stop talking about feet?
That's awesome, dude. I was snowballing, needing money. You were snowball. What is snowballing? I'm not familiar with this expression. I hope you made some money. I like a fan of Octopath. I love some Octo 1. Thank you for raiding in. Thank you for raiding in. I'm already following you, and I hope all our other friends will check you out, man. Oh, snowball bowling in Butterwell found a mini. Oh, it's a mini game. Okay, that's tight. I didn't realize that. I assume it's something like in the Hebra mountain area or something where you like, I assume it involves a snowball. I know snowballing is a sexual act is when, I don't even want to say what snowballing the sexual act is. Octopath Zero. You know, I loved the first one and I just never got around to the others, but the first Octopath really blew my mind. I love that visual style, the music. It looks like retro and modern at the same time. With that said, I'm maybe like we've seen a lot of it. I really like the Star Ocean remake, it was a little bit like Octopath, but kind of its own thing. Anyways, thank you for the raid, man. I hope you had a good time snowballing. We're at the end of A Link to the Past. We're doing this on real hardware. I just got this is a SNES Junior with an RGB mod. So we're playing on real hardware. It's got a really nice video output. Going into the Tink. Pondo's Lodge was where I was at. 300 rupees per strike. I needed 10k for the last ferry. Oh, so are you doing a 100% run of Breath of the Wild? That's awesome, dude. I love that game so much. Maybe more than Tears. Maybe more than Tears. But they're both good. They're both awesome. They are both awesome. Whoa. We're getting pretty close to the end here. Tears took it for you. I will say Tears had the better gameplay. I really liked all the gameplay additions, the new like powers. There was more stuff to it to do, more stuff to explore. But there was just something about Breath of the Wild that just, I don't know, that was such a life-changing experience for me. Not 100%, just wanted to upgrade gear one more time before final budget my first time. Oh, that's awesome. First time and love it. What's up, Crab Leg? Good to see you with Unspoken. Thank you for coming in. I'm loving this. I'm really starting to think Link to the Past might be the best game ever made, to be honest. Maybe the best Zelda. I played through this once before and then had a sudden urge to revisit it, and it's even better than I remember. It's more relaxed, yeah, more simple, feel-good world. I will say Tears of the Kingdom was maybe overstuffed at times, which isn't a bad thing, just there was like so much. You're only halfway through Tears. Yeah, I'm doing great, Crableg. Good to see you, my buddy. How you been? Crableg is awesome. Link to the Past is the best Zelda and the best Rando. I'm kind of slowly coming around to what Sunshine's saying. I like typically how I break it down is I like the story in Breath of the Wild more, but I think the gameplay in Tears of the Kingdom is objectively better. There's just so much to do, and all the like new powers were really cool. That final set piece was awesome. Since Majora. I love everyone's different thoughts and feelings on Zelda. Everyone has a different favorite. The official Bud Light I don't know what the official drink of Cubedude is, but right now we are drinking some Hawk juice, some Seahawk Bud Light, Hawk juice. Yeah, the amount of stuff you could do with the, not the fusion, I forget what it was called, but the fusion powered was so cool. Have you played Chromatic? I don't think I've heard of Chromatic. No, I haven't heard of Chromatic. It might be like a band called Chromatic. Everyone has a different favorite, and I think all the 3D Zeldas have a different pros and cons. We need Zelda juice. Yeah, the Huckleberry Pucker is probably my favorite beer. The beer that I've drinking the most of on stream. I should go get more of it. It gets a little dangerous when Cube is drinking the puck. Okay. So does the red tunic just give you, whoa, man. Red tunic is just better defense? In Ocarina, the tunics gave you different, like, invulnerability to different elements. Like blue tunic, obviously, lets you go underwater. What am I missing here? I can't hit him with my sword beams. There's Chromatic. It's an updated version. Oh, the Chromatic is, yeah, the handheld device. Okay, yeah, the handheld device. I thought you were talking about a game. Yeah, I remember that. I've seen that. There are so many new modern, like, handheld gaming devices. I hear a lot about the Rogue Ally. Let's go. That's cool though, you can stream off of it. Okay. We should be close to coming. Stop. Hammer time. Jesus. That was stupid. Here we go. Whoa, man. Just bail, 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 bail. That got sticky. That got really sticky. Like a sock. Stop. Ganon time. You've done well to make it this far, JizzXL, the Magnificent. Whoa, whoa, when is JizzXL the Magnificent? I mean, I'll take it. I'll take it. I'm so very pleased to meet you once again. I regret to inform you there'll be no further meetings after this. Now die, damn you. Whoa, whoa, Ganon dropping some profanity? Oh, we're shooting the, okay. Spoilers. This is a retranslation. Okay, let's here, let's try this. They've uncensored it. There we go. Oh, I got him twice. Fuck. Oh, I gotta hit him with one of the other guy's things. Hawk juice, hawk juice, hawk juice, baby. The net, yeah, I've heard you can do it with the net. Oh shit. Ganon's in bat form? Spoilers. Whoa, whoa, since when does Ganon turn into a bat? Oh, he just broke that pyramid, you know? How many slaves it took to make this pyramid and he just broke it? Ganon is a bat. Well, let's take this moment to go refill our shit. We're just gonna take a mid-dungeon fairy break. You been busy for the holiday season, Kyle? We always love having you here, dude. A pig bat. I know, I thought he was like, he's like a warthog or something. Yeah, it's good to have you back, bro. Whoa, 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 whoa. We've been doing a lot of Super Nintendo. It's like Nintendo, but super. Whee! To think you were able to somehow defeat my double, the Dark Bishop Aghanim. No Fammy, I know. I do have a Super Famicom. Twice, no less. Oh, new job hours all switched up. But even so, you will never wrest the Triforce from my hands. I'm glad you got weekends off. I will destroy you, little brat, and my wish to rule the world of light and darkness will finally be realized. You know what? Got arrows to spare. Did I hit him there? I did. Oh, he's a sponge. Let's get him, boy. Get him done. Magic not really hurting. Whoa, oh no, what's gonna happen? You see this shit? Thank God, oh. Thank God I have the fairy. I know the Pegasus boots kind of, the way that they've changed the Pegasus boots, it kind of breaks the game. I'm not gonna have that though when we do the random, motherfucker! This was in the Satellaview version of A Link to the Past had that same feature. Can we stock up on fairies somewhere? Where would be the best fairy spot? Let's just try it again. Oh my god damn it. I'm glad someone's enjoying watching me die. I know, what? It seemed like a foolproof method. See? See that shit? In and out, in and out, in and out. This is like me and girlfriend number 2, dude. Just like in and out, in and out. Stab, out, stab, out. Yeah, Link's no stranger to the 2-minute drill. Why not? Now that's cheating. That's funny. Girlfriend number 1 left me no choice. Oh fuck, son. Oh fuck, son. It's getting dark in here. Hawk juice, baby. Does a body good. Okay, well, we're gonna need the magic after all. Do I have to start the whole thing over? I better not. God damn it. I probably do have to start the whole thing over. You dirty cheater. The chat is loving my failure. Are you cubing the Goyle, son? You better believe we're cubing the Goyle. Well, that happens. I know, mother. Let's just go fill up all our shit. I know, I'm like changing the game. We're not gonna have the Pegasus boot power when we do the randomizer though. I don't, unless they've added that to the randomizer. I think there's a fairy in here, right? No. Daddy needs a fairy. I don't know if I'll well, what do we need? Let's try this. Let's try force this. I've gotten a fairy in there before. Okay, hawk juice. Whoa, what should we use? I need some fairies in a big way. Fairies? Are the fairies down here? Let's fucking go. No, let's not fucking go. Want fairies. You know, this might be the best Zelda game, to be honest with you. Yeah, how you like me now, bro? Whoa. Your first Cubedude BM. Don't hold back on the details. Wait, tomatoes? What is this, Breath of the Wild? Yeah, I'm really starting to think this is the best. Hey, how you like? You want to rock? I'm just going crazy with these Pegasus boots. The all Pegasus run. Give me hearts. Okay. How did people beat this game back in the day without Motu? Is the question. I know, for real, dude. Okay. Nintendo Power, yeah. I remember there was a really cool Zelda comic in Nintendo Power with really good artwork. Motu had Motu when he played through this. I do remember both the Link's Awakening Nintendo Power and the original Link to the Past Nintendo Power with the Zelda comic. Remember thinking they were really cool. Yeah, the oldest Thunderfoot brother rebranded. Thunderfoot triplets. Still being an adult with the internet. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Dude, this is such a good strategy, dude. Until it's not. It's a great strategy until it's not. Oh my god, you beat Ganon damageless? My god. So I appear to be in the second phase. Lordy. All right, he's blue. I'm not even getting any damage. There we finally go. I forgot about the cape. I should be using the cape. Fuck. Yeah, this is... They really built upon everything from the original in this. Lord, okay, we do not need the... Well... We should be using the magic. The cape. You had to do this with no cape, though. What does the cane of Burma do? What does the... Oh, yeah, it's just invincibility or... Yeah, same as the cape. We're not gonna have any rupees at a certain point here. I am gonna use the cape next time. I always forget about the cape. Let's see. Whee! No fairy? Healthy and unremarkable. Oh, yeah. I was like, whoa, something's wrong here. Okay. We should save it like this. We should save it like this. God damn it. That way when I die, I can just exit and pick up with all these potions. Real quick though, we're just gonna save and quit. That way we can maintain these potions. This is such a good method. Are you guys seeing this shit?
You stop it, man!
You're freaking me out! Bro. Clearly, I'm hitting you, dude. Let's get some cape going. Well, first off, motherfucker. Six pack and a bag of barbecue twist chips. That sounds pretty good. I hope you got some hawk juice. You're already drinking the hawk juice. Modelo. Lighting the second candle and getting his head to the bottom so you can hit him before he teleports away. Okay. Like, I'm right by him. I'm right by him. But we're just like... Oh, both have to be lit. How did we do this before the internet? I mean, I feel like I'm still getting all up in his shit. I only got one in there. There we go. Mother. Oh, shoot a silver arrow when he turns blue. Oh, that's good to know. Well, let's just reset with our potions. He was turning blue there. I wasn't sure what was up with that. Now we're talking. Blue Man Group. I saw Blue Man Group as a very little kid in New York before they blew up. It must have been like 89 or 90 or 91. No, I wanted to throw. Blew up. Blew up. I see what you did there. That's gold, Jerry. That's gold, Jerry. Okay, I meant to throw... Yes. Okay. Rockhawk to Dude, I'm just like dominating him with this first phase. He doesn't know how to answer. These later phases, though, it's a different story. Everybody loves it. Can I hit him with my beams? Well, my beams lasted for like 1 second. Yeah, no, it's definitely a little cheap. Dude, I just like refilled my health, bro. Ruby. Boom! Now we talking. Now we squawking. Just use the cape and spam him against the wall. Yeah, what's going on? We just chilling. We're at the very end of Zelda. You gonna watch the 49ers tomorrow, Ruby? Boom. Triforce will come. Hawk juice. If there was ever a moment for the Zelda GGs, it is this. Thank you guys. I want to use my blue juice. Judy, thank you. Happily Quirky Bagel. You're not going to the game tomorrow? Could you get tickets for the last game of the season, Seahawks versus 49ers? I might come down for that. I'm just releasing a lot of stress from, whoa, look at the polygons. Look at the polygon. That's awesome. It's probably cheaper and easier to see them in San Francisco than in Seattle. I am the Triforce. I am the spirit of the Triforce. We're gonna beat you so badly, dude. Oh my god. Thank you, I appreciate that. Just XL. Damn you, XL. Y'all are gonna lose that game so badly. The perspective here is interesting. It's like, it's not top down. It's like you're looking forward. Really? Well, I might be interested in said ticket. I might be interested. Imagine being saved by Jizz XL, the Triforce, also known as the Golden Power.
We're in the end game now.
We are in the end game. Thank you for that. Thank you. The golden shower was bestowed by the gods and fulfills the heart's desire of anyone who touches it. If anyone with a righteous heart touches it, a righteous wish will be granted. But if one with an evil heart touches it, an evil wish will be granted. Feels bad. Imagine not being saved by Jizz XL. Try.
Vaxima just resubscribed for 7 months. What is this? Triangle Dude.
Have I been saying your name wrong, Vaxima? I've been calling you Vaxime, like vaccine, but with an M. Vaxima? Like Vecna, but Vaxima? Yo, thank you for the 7 months. Yeah, Triangle Dude up in this motherfucker. I had to hear it from my, like, weird British text-to-speech guy. Yeah, I like Vaxime. I'm sticking with it. What's our wish gonna be? What's our good wish? The more heartfelt. Those spinning polygonal triangles are pretty cool for the 1991. When you touch the Troy first, that evil wish. You were at GDQ? What were you doing at GDQ? You turned the sacred realm into the dark world. Oh, just to hang? Okay, that's cool. What would this goon wish for? I would wish for more hawk juice. I'm drinking hawk juice tonight. Biding his time, accumulating power. A certain legendary Saturn? Its golden shower is in your hands. The whole game is from the top-down perspective, so it's kind of tripping me out that you see it not from the top-down perspective right here. Touch it. Touch my Triforce. Hey, smell my Triforce, guys. Smell my Triforce. Hey, that's the thing that's right above me. touch it all over. This sounds like Dragon Quest. Loyal Priest. Smell my Triforce. It's a logical leap in the world of Cubedude. More Zelda needs priests. Well, I forget what her story was. It's like the end of Stand By Me. Link went on to die in Vietnam. Eat Triforce ass. Your uncle recovers at your house. Unk. This really does sound like the Dragon Quest theme. Remember when Zora's looked like that? Duh? I love how the flowers are always dancing. Queen of Venus, Queen of the Fairies. I think I put all the original 3 Dragon Quests, or at least number 3, on my Super Famicom EverDrive. I've never played them, I want to. I've only really played Dragon Quest XI, which I loved. Smell my Triforce. Lost Old Man, Hebra Mountain. Nice view up there. I know they remade a bunch of Dragon Quest for Super Famicom. Then those have been remade elsewhere. Like they're remaking 7 or 6 right now. The Master Sword sleeps again forever. Epic. I like the look of 7. Beautiful. It has to be the last one canonically. Oh, Death Counter by Dungeon. Miyamoto producer. Random time next. Next time we do this, for sure. We are in the end game. I made a randomizer ROM. You can like customize it. We could play as Goemon, which would be very on brand. Let's see how many people we recognize.
You stop it, man! You're
You're freaking me out!
It's go time.
I want to say Tezuka, the guy who's directed Mario Odyssey, he was involved in this as some like low-level employee. We need to be Sumaru. Oh, this is beautiful. I love the line scrolling technique in the clouds. It's just one layer, but each part of it is scrolling at a different speed to create the parallax effect. It's a nice trick. They really do not make them like they used to. Koji Kondo. It's a great scout emote. Printed artwork, hold up. This might be the Switch producer guy. Kozumi, yeah. This Yoshiaki Kozumi, he's the director of Mario Odyssey, and I think he's just the overall producer of Nintendo Switch. You've seen Kozumi before in all the Nintendo Directs. He's in a lot of them. Games are too short now. This game, honestly, this game could have been a little longer, but it's probably the perfect length. Not too short, not too long. I wouldn't have complained if it was slightly longer. Da, 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 da. I like this version of the main theme. Damn, Desert Temple 7 deaths? I know, fail. Major fail. Wow, I died 7 times in that early dungeon. And there was no more space. It calls you out in the credits. Shame on you. Thank you, Crab. 31, it could have been worse. It does make sense, dying earlier is easier. You don't have all the upgrades. Thank you for the lurk, man. Hell yeah. Perfect game, dude. Perfect game. What is the Easter egg in Link's Awakening? Don't you get like a picture of Princess Zelda? Roll it back, let's do it again. Thank you, Judy. It doesn't take you back to the menu. You want to boot something else real quick? I didn't put the randomizer on my EverDrive, but I easily could. I am kind of curious just to check that out. I easily could put it on here. Easily could. Oh, insinuates a certain, yeah, the girl lives. We should do crowd control. So good. I love how good this looks on the SNES Junior too. Oh, should we put the randomizer on here? It would only take a second. Yeah, let's just quickly see what it's like. Hold on 1 second, guys. Okay. Do it now. Okay. Okay, so we don't have music, but I'll walk you through it, through the process. Oh, so I could not find where the SD card was. There we go. All right, we're gonna put the SD card in here. And we are going to... Is it reading it? It is not reading it for some reason. Right, different USB. I'm hearing it, but I'm not seeing it. Network discovery is turned off. Network computers and devices are not visible. Please turn on network discovery. What the fuck? What is turn on network discovery? What the fuck? That's gold, Arnold. Let me try. There we go. There we go. I got it. Boom. We're good to go. Plug it. Plug it in, plug it in. Okay. Let's give it a go. Okay, I forget which is which. One of these has us playing as like Goemon. The FX Pack Pro is expensive, but I think Crix is doing a holiday, a black sale. I think Stone Age Gamer or Crix is doing holiday sale. All right, this is randomizer. I love that Japanese logo, is so cool. Okay. This is different. How many digits do we get? Oh, awesome. You get so many more digits. Whoa, hold up. This is the rando, yeah. Hardest part of the game, entering your name. Okay, Cubedude. Oh, nice. Oh yeah, so one of the options was to make Link look like this. Cube's house. We're starting at Cube's house. What the fuck? It's all in black and white. Well, the inventory looks so different. We got the hook shot. The hook shot looks different too. Oh, this was a palette swap. I didn't really realize what palette swap meant. But I guess it makes everything like fucking purple or something. Whose house? Cube's house. So you don't even have the sword? What? There were so many options, dude. Wait, were there options in here? Okay, let's look at the options. Was it something in here? The randomizer generator was so overwhelming. I didn't really know what to make of it. Is this what it means by palette swap? Maybe I should make a new one here really quick. I can show you guys the process. Yeah, I didn't really know like what I was doing. I don't want it to look purple. Okay, let's go just make a new one real quick. Maybe you guys can help me walk me through this. Window capture. Oops. Okay, let's try this. Okay, custom. Let's just do what is default. Okay. Race ROM, normal ROM. Let's play as Goemon. Let's do normal Link. You can play as Goemon though. Where is the do Garfield? Where's the sword? Okay, glitch is required. Item placement, basic. Dungeon item stuffle, standard. Accessibility, 100% inventory. Defeat Ganon. Let's do all dungeons. Fuck Ganon. What is world state standard? Entrance shuffle, enemy shuffle, hints, boss shuffle. Item functionality. I don't see anything about swords. Jay-Z, was there something about swords? Oh, sword, here we go. Assured. Try clicking on sword. Vanilla. We should play some 4 swords. What do you think we should do? What's the difference between vanilla and assured? Oh my god. Okay. Item pool. Default. Item functionality. Enemy health. Default. Item placement. Boss shuffle. Enemy shuffle. Seven crystals. Okay, that's pretty good. What, should we just do normal Link or should we do, there's some options. These are all the options. I think we should do Goemon. You know, I definitely want it. Let's do one of both. Reduce flashing, shuffle sound effects. Wait, is palette shuffle? That's why everything's like purple, right? I don't want everything purple. Save spoiler. Then let's do one as Goemon. You can be Birdo. Bob Ross. That's so great. Bomberman. Breath of the Wild Link. Bowsette. Diddy Kong. Garfield, yeah, Garfield's an option. Game Boy Color Link. Where's Goemon? Goemon! Okay. Real quick, I'm just gonna throw this on the SD card. We at least have the option of Goemon. Okay. Let's do this. Games, hacks, delete. Delete those. Okay, let's try it.
Hey, listen.
Let's do this. I love that logo.
Serenity now!
Okay, so we don't have the intro. Coming at ya. I don't have Pegasus boots. I feel so naked. Okay. Did I get any? What did I get from the chest? We have Jack. Okay, we literally have nothing. That's cool to skip some of the bullshit shit stuff. Okay, just go to the castle. Oh, wait. Well, that was quick. Let's try that again. I don't know what I was thinking there. We don't have the lantern, though. I guess you don't totally need it. Oh, thanks, Ankh. It's dangerous to go alone. Take these rupees. Oh, nice. A heart piece. An apple a day keeps their going. Oh, okay. It can be a pain. Hey, my hair is not pink. Thank God they changed that. Get the fuck out of here. I'll look through the options a little more extensively sometime. The music in this is so good. I'll take the arrows. There's a new Star Wars racing game. I didn't realize it. Now that's what I call pod racing. Hold on one sec. Hold on, let me just quickly check something. Oh. God damn it, I've been in the wrong video format. I've been in the wrong video format for God knows how long. That looks so much better. God damn it. I was not in the RGB video format on my computer. Well, lesson learned. Lesson learned. That's why it looked kind of washed out. Do you guys see the difference? Like, it's so much deeper and better looking now. I don't know what happened there. I think in the very first Link to the Past stream, I was having some technical problems and I might have changed that without realizing it. So, well, okay, we're good there. Shit, multiple keys? I'll take it. The master of key. I was wondering why it was kind of faded out looking. Ugh. Okay. Okay. Wait, which room? Did I miss a room? Did I miss a room? With the enemy to the right. You mean the Zelda room? Man. Thank you so much. Okay. Good looking out. Good looking out. Just what the doctor ordered. Oh, hey. I'll take that too. I know, it looks so good. I wish, how did I not realize it was in the wrong color mode? We have not been in the XRGB color mode where it should be. It looks great now though. Lord. Okay. Would there be more chests in this area that I missed? A ton of arrows. So Blake, we are doing a randomizer of A Link to the Past. So we're starting from the beginning. Or the Pegasus boots. No bomb bag. Whoa. Whoa. Let's bail. Well. Can I fall off the edge here? Yes, I can. I miss the blue tunic so much. So I mean, where? Okay. I think that's blocked though. Yeah, that's blocked. How else am I gonna get there? Oh, I guess I can go around. I'm missing the Pegasus boots in a big way. Oh yeah, let's do that. Will it let me do that? We haven't gotten a real item yet. I'll settle for anything. Yo, what's up, Chad? How you doing, bro? We are doing a Ocarina randomizer. We don't have the torch. We just beat, or excuse me, we beat A Link to the Past. Now we're doing A Link to the Past randomizer. Maybe we should try playing as Goemon. There's an option to play as Goemon. Okay, so you need the lantern there. Start Sanctuary. It's no longer called the Chapel. Oh. Yeah, so this is off of, this is my first time ever doing a randomizer. This is off the FX Pack Pro. Yeah, so I know, this is a terrible seed. I think it might be the same seed, but with Goemon. Do you want to do the Goemon? I put it on here. I have the Goemon one on here. Oh, we haven't gotten an actual item yet. Oh yeah, we should get a Lover Issues as a tracker. I should make like an overlay, part of the overlay for the tracker. Thank you. Yeah, Kyle, have you seen the Super SNES Junior? That's what we're playing on. I can't really do anything. Thank you so much. So I guess we're just gonna go to this first. Oh, the tracker will tell you like where you can go and stuff. I didn't realize it told you all that. I thought it just kept track of items. That's really cool. Can we even do this first dungeon? This was supposed to be a beginner seed. I haven't even looked into trackers. This was just an abstract idea, me doing a randomizer. But now it's actually happening because we beat the game. How you doing, Chad? Hope you're having a good morning. Would it be worth going to the swamp? Can we get the heart piece in the swamp or something? I don't know if I ever went here. Oh, you guys are getting snow in the east? Oh. That's just if you're lost or something. I never went in here in my last one. I don't think we ever went to this area in my last playthrough. A whole tile we did not explore. I don't think there's much there though. We should maybe restart as Goemon. I think all the items are randomized, and the goal is to beat all 7 dungeons. We just actually customized this randomizer on stream a couple minutes ago, and there's a lot of parameters you can play with. You can choose between what the end goal is. So the end goal can be defeating Ganon, or in our case, we made it so the end goal is just beating all 7 dungeons. Goemon time. I might restart as Goemon. I think it's gonna be the same seed though, if I understand how this randomizer stuff works, which I really don't. Yo, we got bombs! Ganon gets to live free. Well, so we just beat the game, the vanilla game. And Ganon was such a pain in the ass with all of my upgrades that I really just don't want to fight him again. Okay, we got an item. Oh, yo, whoa, whoa, whoa. What is in here? Oh, I can set this to a different button. I can set this to X or Y. Wait, what? Oh, it's the good bee, okay. Is this like a sub-inventory screen? God, I'm so embarrassed we've done the last 4 streams in the wrong color mode. We need some hearts, dude. What are some easy hearts you can do at the beginning? It's the OG inventory screen. Okay, I just got spoiled on that quality of life thing. Yo, what's up, Benji? I know. I need more backseating, guys. First ever randomizer. Well, let's go up to the dungeon here. Bomb the cave where the rod was. Oh yeah, let's go to Kakariko. There's stuff to do there. We're probably about to die though. Let's do Kakariko. I just need hearts. Bum 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 bum. Which one is the blind's house? Could we do anything in here? You need the ocarina. Oh, the one with the chest. Yeah. Oh, I wonder if one of the fake chests would have something in it now. No, I know what you meant. I'll take it. Let's try a different one. I wonder if one of these chests could have something. Are all these seeds beatable? Is it possible to get a randomizer that's unbeatable? It's just a like matter of like logic puzzle solving. True law in Ocarina of Time there is, you can do that. It can be unbeatable. You know, after considering how many times we've seen Loverish do Ocarina Randomizer, I should really know this. Breakfast for dinner sounds great, dude. What was the trick here again? Brenner. It doesn't matter. Pegasus Pit. Breakfast wrap for dinner. I might go grill something even though it's like almost 3 in the morning. I might go grill something after the stream. When does Taco Bell close? I think they might be closed. It's kind of a ways away. It's more rupees. I know, this is a tough seed. This was supposed to be a standard seed. We could have done a beginner seed. Could have done a beginner. I wonder if mine's open that late. Oh yeah, the back of the bar. We can bomb the back. Good call. Da-na-na. Oh, we don't even have to bar. Or bomb. That is not what I wanted. What else? We're just getting a ton of fucking bombs. Oh yeah, drop down the well. Sick Kids Net, yeah. Oh, we got the mirror. Okay, we're finally getting actual items. Who's ready for the dark world? Oh yeah, bomb that wall. Wait, which wall? Oh yeah, the doy. Okay, second heart piece. That's the same as the vanilla. Okay, the sick kid, yeah. Which one is the sick kid in again? Is that a picture of Mario? Thieves Hideout, Upper Town. Okay. Was that in the original? One house over. To the left. Oh, okay. Thank you. He just gave me a full heart. I'll take it. What? We can bomb something like, can we bomb something here? The lower wall. Just to restock, no items. We have the mirror already. Oh, we can bomb something there, right? Yeah, now we're talking. Fuck, I forget how you do this. Okay, we got the bow. Let's go. Let's retry this. I'm coming back. I just gotta reset the rim. Oh, nice, we got a shield. I think I gotta reset. Oh no, oh my god, you're right. No, you're right. That one was clearly open. Let me think about this. What's this? Boom. What was that? Oh, the mushroom. Okay. Oh yeah, we gotta go find the elder. Cacafrico. Isn't there like a heart piece or a chest up here? Excuse me. Okay. Okay. Ice Wand of Gamelon. It's so crazy getting this stuff early. We have the bow, which is great. Why do I have the mushroom equipped? Well, let's head to that first pendant. The ice wand is usually 2, but it's a long walk. Where would that be? Bottom right around the lake. Oh, okay. Well, let's just head over there. You can beat Dungeon 1 now that I have the bow. Oh, yeah. Sanctuary. I know, so cold. Zelda, no heart container, babe. No. We can give the mushroom to the witch. I forgot that there are crabs in this. I have not given a mushroom to a witch IRL. Clearly missing out. Okay. I'm gonna be dog sitting on Christmas. Probably watching the new Stranger Things. I'm gonna bring some streaming stuff. Oh yeah, leave the screen. She didn't say anything. That really did not accomplish anything, but whatever. It's not, I do sleep with the dogs. They sleep in bed with me. They take up the entire bed. Oh, inside. Yeah. You'll see the dogs. I've streamed with them before. They're really sweet. Nice. Okay, so let's go to the dungeon. Or excuse me, let's go back to the castle. I bet they would love it. Yeah, let's go back to the castle, I agree. I bet they would love the hot tub. They don't have a hot tub at this place though, unfortunately. On my 500 follower anniversary, or my 500 follower stream a long ass time ago, I was dog sitting at a place that had the nicest hot tub I've ever been in. And I was saying, like, if we meet my donation goal, I'm gonna bring the dogs in the hot tub. But people kept telling me, don't do that, dude. Do not bring the dogs in the hot tub. It's a long time ago. I always forget about this patch of forest here. I wish I had a power glove. It's the only way to achieve orgasm. Oh, they have an awesome house. They have a really cool entertainment room. They have a Peloton. They have a treadmill. They have one of those basketball games for like kids where you like shoot a basket. What are those called? You see them in like arcades. They have a really nice 4K TV with surround sound that I'm a big fan of. Here we go. It's a pretty nice house. They do not have a racquetball court. Unfortunately. I guess 8K TVs are already out. Just make sure there wasn't anything over here. I like the vertical magic meter better. Is Super Bowl still 1080? I watched the Super Bowl at this house last year. Had a gay old time. Hopefully Seahawks will be in the Super Bowl this year. I'm holding out hope, dude. Anything's possible. A lot of snakes in this dungeon. A lot of rope. Damn, we just got mad rupee, bro. Unofficial Cubedude NFL merch. Oh yeah, how cold's it gonna be? One advantage to Los Angeles playing in Seattle on Thursday is it's probably gonna snow. It's gonna rain and or be snowy, which hopefully will be an advantage to Seattle. Because the Stafford and the Rams are only play in like the really nice weather. High of 11, oh my god. Well, that should be an advantage to you guys. Who are you playing tomorrow? Oh, that's a gimme. That's a gimme. We're missing a key. Unless there's a key. Does one of the enemies drop a key? Oh, yes they do. 13 Celsius, holy shit, that's cold. Yeah, kill all them. Well, how hot is it here? We had some nice weather today, actually. Let me confirm. It's 48 here right now. Negative 13, holy fuck. I wonder if they've turned off the item sounds. This is shit. Oh? Is that the map to this done? Okay, I was like, is this... I'll take it. A lot of fucking rats, dude. I was asking that same question. Apparently, some of the Ocarina randomizers are unbeatable. But I think this, A Link to the Past, is always beatable. This is just a default. It's not like the hard mode or a beginner mode. Well, we got some stuff. I don't know if it was totally worth it, but... Then let's make our way there. So east to the bridge. The villager ladies. We're gonna have to search far and wide for heart pieces. Leave no stone unturned. Literally no stone unturned. It's weird having all this random assortment of items, but having not done a single dungeon. A lot of fucking Octo Rocks. What? I wonder what he gives you. Heart piece. Another heart piece. Damn. I guess I wonder if you even really need to do these. It's not one of the conditions to beat this. The condition is beat all 7 dungeons. I don't know if that includes this. The Dark World Stair. I'm just realizing this is like identical to the Dark World version of this dungeon. Fuck. They might have items, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. No harm in completing it. Yeah, and heart pieces. Talk to the box. Okay. Some cash is on the tablet? What? Art piece. They just say random funny stuff. That is funny. That's cool. This is pretty awesome. It's cool how much you can customize it. This is just a standard. There were at least 100 or 150 alternate character sprites. I might have to seriously do this as Goemon someday. It would just be very on brand. But there's a lot of cool ways to customize it. This would be great for a bacon stream. And I'm glad we just played through the base game, so my memory is refreshed. What are you gonna do on your laptop at the car repair? This is cool. I have been seeing Loverish do Ocarina Randomizer for like, God, so for like a year now. It's cool finally playing one up for myself. You're gonna do a randomizer? Nice, dude. Yeah, this is super fun. I should get the tracker. I think that used to be censored, if I'm not mistaken. Waiting at the car repair is not fun. There we go. Motherfucker. Okay. Nice, we got a jar. What is the... Wait, where'd it go? Oh, that's how you switch between them. In this version? That's so wacky. Why doesn't it just show all of them? That's the OG way. I got spoiled. Live in limited inventory spots. This is pretty fun. Okay, and what was in here? These have something, right? It's just hearts or something. I'll take it. Oh, I guess Link is hitting up Taco Bell a lot. Apparently there's a Taco Bell between Link and Zelda's house. He's been hitting that up a lot. And Zelda was super mad that he like came over in the middle of the night, had sex with her, and then like after she fell asleep, Link just bailed to go get Taco Bell. Chicken chalupa? That sounds good right now. The fish tacos. Link lives, man. Link lives moss. Link lives moss. Chad. Whoa. These guys move really fast. Boom. Zelda was his 4th meal. That's gold, Jerry. Oh, fire sauce all the way. He's mild as a, yeah, I don't know if Link could actually handle the fire sauce. Fire sauce is almost like, it's very saucy. It almost doesn't taste like hot sauce. It just tastes like weird ketchup. I like it though. I'll fuck with it for sure. Are you big fire sauce person, Grizzlebee? I wonder if the boss is the same boss. What the fuck? Are you kidding me? Was this what is originally here? Okay. Let's run out of arrow here. It's okay. Motherfucker's never going down. There we fucking go. Oh, good bee. I forgot about the bee. No heart piece? Well, no. Whatever, I'll take it. Now what is the dude gonna give us? Probably not the Pegasus bits. I hope he does. Okay. That's so random. He gave us the boomerang. There's really no point in doing these pendants in order. We could even go to the... Can we just go to the Dark World right now? I do have the mirror. There was something I could bomb around here. That attacks on Hyrule soil are imminent. Who is this guy, Bin Laden? That's funny. Isn't there like something bombable here? Every day. Every goddamn day. Oh, I should have remembered this. Erre. Erre. I was hoping I could avoid going around the lake, but okay. New Spinal Tap was just okay. I saw it had some good cameos in it. Paul McCartney was in it. What was in here again? Oh. Can I swim though? I can't. I cannot swim. Can I go or... Oh yeah, I just gotta go the long way around. Is this a fairy? Have a cup of tea. Anything worth doing around here? Let's see. It's a lot of chess. Heart? We just got a full heart. Yeah, oh yes, what did we got the power glove? We got another full heart. Okay, a lot of stuff just opened up now that we have the power glove. Is this the upgraded power glove or? Finally kill those guys. Give me, okay. What is the FAFO? I guess let's find out. The fuck around and find out. Oh shit. We have so many rupees. Was there a bombable wall in there? To your left. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, yeah. I forgot. It's kind of hidden. Did we just get the upgraded bow? We just got the upgraded bow with the silver arrows, if I'm not mistaken. It's pretty cool. It's crazy getting all this stuff. Part of me, I wonder what the different techniques for the randomizer are. I'm tempted to almost just see how many items we can get before you even attempt a dungeon. Just get as many items as possible, then crush all the dungeons. Yeah, you're right. The Zora flippers will be something else. Oh, yeah, I probably won't do those dungeons in the Dark World dungeons in the normal order. We'd have to find the hammer. I feel like we've opened up some stuff over here. I guess we can just go here now. I wonder what the Master Sword is. That's the same thing. Oh, Dungeon 2 need, yeah. So I'm gonna have to memorize what each dungeon needs. A lot of money. Yo, Sponge Boy, thank you for the follow. I have so many rupees, I don't know what I'm gonna spend them on. Link's gonna invest them all in crypto. Yeah, we got way more than 99. Wasn't there a heart? Did we do the thing with the heart piece over here? I think we did. Although it wasn't a heart piece. I keep forgetting. Oh, it was the good bee bottle. Good memory. I keep forgetting we have the mirror. Oh, I can't use the mirror. The mirror doesn't do anything. Oh yeah, I guess never mind. That's not how the mirror works. It only works the other way around. Yeah, it's only the other way around. I love how you just find full hearts, full heart upgrades in a random frickin' chess. That is appreciated. Or Zora Flipper area, yeah. Let's do this desert dungeon real quick. Got mad rupee. This is fun. I bet you could beat an entire randomizer in just one stream. Cave in the upper left of the desert with a chest. Upper right, okay. By dungeon 1... I don't think so. The little dungeon. Oh... Yeah, well, I went where the old man was, for sure. We don't have the Pegasus boots. So we need the Pegasus boots to get the book to open up this. Yeah, I went to where we normally got the boots, but I don't think I did. If there was a full little dungeon, I probably forgot that. This fucking bird, man. There we go. Oh, just the old man. Yeah, I went to where the old man was and opened that area up. We need the Pegasus boots to progress, pretty much. We could do the third pendant. Once had fish for dinner. Great info. Oh goodness, yeah, bomb down. I was wondering. Oh yeah. Okay. That's so crazy. Well, could I do the third dungeon? I could probably do the third dungeon. Wonder where else the Pegasus boots could be. 'Cause you really do need those to progress. The Zora, let's go where the Zora flippers were. Let's go, yeah, let's go where that was. Okay. Oh, the dark, I tried the dark rock. It wouldn't let me lift the dark rock. So I think I only have the regular glove. Glove level 1. I should look into the trackers. Oh, we can cut through here now. Yeah, let's go to the graveyard. I think in the graveyard we could do something with the glove. A rock that's usually a heart piece. I want to say you're right. By the sanctuary, okay. Yeah, I'm close to the flippers. I have the rupees. Let's go check that. Oh yeah, heart piece on the ledge. Okay. I don't know. I don't think I can get past here without the Pegasus. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Dodoy. Yeah, okay. These fucking crabs. Tweaking out. What pathway? It's not down here. Hey, look at the fire rod. Let's go get the fire rod. If I can. No, it's a different way. Jesus. I might need the actual flippers to get it. Was it this way? He just gave me the hook shot. Well, we have the hook shot now. Yeah, I don't think I can get that fire rod, but at least we know where it is. Well, yeah, I guess we can't do that without the Zora flippers. We do have the hook shot, though, way early. Oops. We would want to go do, dungeon... Well, I can't get to the Dark World, can I? I don't think they would let me get to the Dark World right now. I should have started at the Sanctuary. Here, actually... Let's just save at the... Hmm. Would there be anything I could do in the Lost Woods, or like any chests? We can do this, definitely. What was I thinking? Yeah, that one, yeah. Oh, where the mushroom is supposed to be. We could try that. It's somewhere in there. What if one of the fake swords is now real? Did we already do this? That was where the mushroom was. Hey. Just out of curiosity. Oh, it's still the Master Sword. Hate this guy. Well, let's head to Dungeon Trace, or the third pendant. That's what I'm thinking. Let's go up Death Mountain. Oh yeah, I guess there's the portal at the top, and then the whole world really opens up. Is there like something over here? Was there a chest in here? No. Got an old man though. Wasn't there like a treasure chest in here or something? Or a heart piece? Well, the heart piece is still a heart piece. This might be a real stroker. It's gonna be a real stroker. I kind of forget what was over here. More caves! Cave exploring simulator. This whole area can be kind of annoying to traverse. I'm about ready to go to sleep and you're napping, buddy? Napping and yapping? Let's go up to the dungeon. What time is it? Man, I should probably crash. This is super fun though. I hadn't been back over here in a while. Safety is important for both parties. Oh, we're like at Turtle Rock. Drop down to the middle ledge. Okay. Wait, which one? This one? Okay. Yeah, how can you trust her if she doesn't say what she means? Excuse me. Here we go. Run away like Sonic. Effing bombs. We don't need the bombs. Yeah. We're going up. Right? Here we go. Sounds like she's got some work to do on herself. I forget, what do we do here again? I just, mirror. Am I still in bunny form? Okay. We need the book. Okay, hold on one second. I can go to the bathroom, then let's knock this out. Okay. 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 Was the big key always there? Perfect 90s. I appreciate that. I'll take it. We got the cape. Oh my god. Did I miss something down here? No. It looks so good, yeah. The Tink and the Super Nintendo look great. A lot of it is the SNES Junior is just a nicer looking SNES. Okay. PVMs are tough to find. Fuck. Mother. Ugh. Oh, thank God. My God. There we go. We got a bottle. Okay, how do we... No, I didn't get the big chest. What the fuck? All right, let's get the big chest real quick. Thank you for the GG. Forget how you fall down there. I've been going for like 6 hours. Kinda, I'm probably gonna call it here pretty quickly. Yeah, it's super late for me. It's like 4 in the morning. Just trying to figure out how I get this, how I get this big chest, I forget. If I want to... No. It's one of these, right? The upper right passage. Gotta fall down from the upper right passage to it. So this one, as in this one? Oh, 1 floor above. Okay. Okay, upper right. So like up in this corner. Oh, 1 floor above the chest. Okay. Thought that, yeah, there we go. We need hearts, baby. There we go. Upper center, okay. Upper center. I guess it has to be this? No. Oh, hit the star. Yeah, yeah. Then draw. Okay. Same one? Let's find out. I think I'm just in the wrong one. This gave a... Oh, on 5... Oh, on 5F. Okay, okay. Oh, okay, okay. Great, we got a key. Was there something I didn't open up? Boom, okay. Why did we get a key? The big chest just gave us a fucking key. Did I miss something? I don't know. We still don't have the Pegasus boots. I do feel like I might have missed something here, though. It's all random, yeah, you're probably right. Oh, here we go. Thank God. I feel like there might have been something else in there I missed, though. I just don't know. You need the Pegasus boots to progress. So it's going to be a matter of finding the boots. Well, this is technically a randomizer, so... I'm just wondering if where else would they be? I think we've checked most of the obvious places where the Pegasus boots would be. So now the question is, what non-obvious places where would the Pegasus boots be? Well, this was a fun experiment. We should maybe come back to the seed. I could always generate another one too. Okay. Okay, let's raid out. Oh, Ghost is live? Let's fucking go. Let's go. Yeah, thank you for all the help, Motu, JZ, everyone who hung out tonight. Much appreciated. Stamp is going too. We're gonna raid Ghost Milk. Ghost Milk do win. Or Silent Hill 4. We should take a quick breather. Yeah, good to see you here, Avalon. It's been a minute. It's great to see you here, man. We might take a breather from Link to the Past for like a stream, but I definitely want to try more randomizers in the future. Drop me a follow if you're not. We got the Discord. Make sure you give Ghost Milk a follow. I'm probably gonna raid and run. It's so late. We'll see what's up tomorrow. Maybe stream. Maybe not. We'll see. But we'll be back sooner than later. Okay, it's like so late. I should. What are we at? Yeah, let's just raid and run. I'm probably just gonna raid and run, but yeah, great times tonight. I'm glad we got to beat this and then do the randomizer. That was super fun. I could see myself getting addicted to these randomizers, so have a good Sunday, guys. Go Seahawks, go Bears. Hope your NFL team does well. Okay, I will see you guys on the flip. Peace, peace.